had, they want to see how I react when I get hit or how I act and how my body will react. And, everything worked out. And I had some hard sparring guys that could really punch. And, I took the punches well and gave it back, and I reacted well. So we decided to go on with my career.
Did you feel like the same Errol Spence that was there before the accident?
I felt better. I felt like I was just, more focused, more into it, and just listening to my coach and getting back to, to the plan and getting back to the basics, basically, and making everything work and just listening to everybody and making sure that I was on point, and that's why I picked a guy like Danny Garcia, and I didn't want a guy tune up or somebody that I could easily roll over. I wanted a champion because I knew, especially after sparring and after workouts, I know that, I was back and I could easily, take a real test and show everybody that, I am the same guy after the car accident.
Now, I follow you on social media, like a lot of people do, and there was a graphic that was shown up recently of all the top welterweights, and you commented, like, look, what are we doing here? I beat several of the guys on this graphic. Can we be done with everybody else but Terrence Crawford? Can we just do Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford?
I mean, that could happen. We got to see how it goes. But, like I said, I can move up to 160 and fight Canelo Alvarez.
I want to get to that. But there's always going to be questions until you and Crawford fight. How optimistic, if at all, are you that you can get Crawford in 2021?
I think it could happen. I mean, just for, Al and the Bow to sit down, for Bow to start lying. So we'll see. But I think it definitely could happen next year. They just got to sit down and talk and, go over numbers and things like that. But it definitely could happen. But like I said, I'm the big dog at the welterweight division. And he gotta take a back seat and take that 60-40 or 70-30, wherever we give him.
Well, you've talked about the limited amount of time you have left at 147. You're a big guy. You're eventually going to move up in weight. You've made comments that you would like to face Canelo Alvarez at some point. He's fighting tonight at 168. He said, hey, I'm interested in Errol Spence. What do you think of that fight?
I think it's a great fight, especially at 160. I'm a guy that, sucks down at 147. I mean, I really think that a lot of people see probably 80-70% of who I really am at 147 pounds. I'm a guy, especially when I got WC belt, it helped me go up in weight. I had an IVF and the 10-pound weight limit after the weigh-ins and things like that. So it helped me out a lot, too. But I'm a guy that outgrown the weight. I'm just holding around because I want to be undisputed champion at 147. But if this is a great fight at 160, I can definitely move up to 160 and fight them easily.
How will Spence Canelo go?
Hey, it's your guy, Rap Star Boxing Knowledge, all the way from East London, United Kingdom. It's 2020, and we're going to be ending to the end of the year. On the fourth quarter, we're coming into Christmas. I'm wishing everybody a great Christmas, great holidays, and a great new year. Like this 2020 has been a big shock of our life. 2020 has been a whole different exchange of life for everybody. The laws had changed, the world had got locked down, and the world had stopped. Now, things have adapted and things have got moved on, but we've got accepted a new lifestyle with the new 2020. Now, in the pandemic, when the world had stopped, boxing tried its hardest to carry on. Boxing kept going. While the world had stopped, boxing never gave up. Boxing kept going. The boxers took less money to make it in the ring, and we got some great events. We had some historical boxing events in 2020. I just want to thank all the boxing fraternity, the Boxing Federation. I want to thank Eddie Hearn for hosting fights in his back garden. I want to thank Frank Warren. I want to thank Al Heyman. Thank you, Al Heyman, for producing some great fights in America for us. Bob Arum. Let's not forget Bob Arum kept it alive on ESPN. So thank you for all the boxing promoters, promotions, for everybody bringing it to us in 2020. Now, I want help from all the people in the chat today. I want to know what you think about the 2020 boxing events had got this year. We had we've got some great matchups with 2020. And as you know, we're the fight of the year and then the boxer of the year. I'm not going by any magazines, any federations. I'm going by you guys, all the fans, and every hardcore fan who appreciates boxing and the sweet science of boxing that we love. Please smash the like button for your guy, Rapstar Boxing Knowledge, all the way from London, England. Now let's get cooking. We've got people in the show. We've got people who want to come over here and talk about 2020 for who's the best boxing fight of the year and the best boxer of the year. Let's introduce a couple of people which are on the panel. Give me a second and we'll get to it. Introduce yourselves to the show, to the live and direct show on YouTube. Let's go with you, D.
Yo, it's your boy D Calico. You know, calling from, the America, of course. I'm down here in Florida. Vibing with my boy Rapstar. What's up?
Hey, man, thanks for popping up on the 2020 Christmas special show for who's the best boxing matchup of the year and the best boxer of the year. We've got another brother, DJ Saddam. Please introduce yourself to the channel and to the chat.
Hey everyone, what's up? I'm calling in from Los Angeles, California. And I'm glad that we are following the company rules. Always thank the promoter before God. So we thank Al Heyman, thank Bob Arum, we thank Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn. Who else? Are we leaving anyone out?
Hey, we got to thank Frank Warren, Bob Arum, Eddie Hearn, Al Heyman. We've got, these are the biggest promoters of boxing today. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have these fights in 2020. And we've had amazing fights in 2020. Boxing has stayed alive. I want to start cooking the fights. I want to start seeing what the fans think. I want you guys to help me. Let's get a fight of the year and let's get the boxer of the year. With your help, with the chat, hopefully we can get to who's the boxer of the year and also the boxing matchup of the year. Do you guys want to start? Let's just remember a couple of the events that I want to start going into. Let's not forget, Tyson Fury changed the world in the beginning of the year. Tyson Fury came to America and totally shocked the boxing world. That was one of the big historic events that we got in 2020. We got another big fight with Teofimo Lopez against Lomachenko. Teofimo Lopez, 135-pound lightweight champion. He shocked the boxing world. He took it off the pound-for-pound guy in Lomachenko. Then we've got fights with Estrada. Estrada had a fight. I don't know who the opponent is. You guys are going to help me with that. Zepeda. We had, let's not forget, the biggest comeback of the whole boxing for this year was Errol Spence when he came back from life and death and fought the hardest man in Danny Garcia. Errol Spence Jr. and Danny Garcia. We also had fights with our own historic legends who came and shook the boxing world in Mike Tyson and Roy Jones. These guys came and they bring a lot of flavor and a lot more fans to the table in boxing in 2020. They're not in the voting list, but we got to mention that Mike Tyson and Roy Jones came and gave us a historical event. We've also got Usyk against Derek Chisora, which a lot of people feel Usyk did not perform. We've also got Nakatani versus Verdeo. Nakatani came after a big comeback and stopped his opponent. We also got Charlo against Rosario. Charlo versus Rosario. That was a big fight for Jermell Charlo to come and win his title back. We also got Charlo, the older Charlo, the Divichenko. That was a big fight for the older Charlo. He finally stepped up and got himself into a big fight. Let's not forget some knockouts of the year. We got Dillian Whyte, Povetkin. Nobody expected Dillian Whyte to get totally knocked out by Povetkin. But we've got more events and more boxing events which happened in 2020. But these are just some of the names that I've written down that I think were big fights for 2020. Let's start with you, DJ Saddam. What really caught your eye in 2020?
I think first of all, I was only half joking. I think, I really want to thank boxing, the boxing community and boxing fraternity at large, and YTBC. I think it was an important part of getting me through the year. And I do want to thank God because, again, it has been a tough year. So I'm happy to have seen the end of it. With that being said, I actually have been thinking about some of these questions since we were on the marathon yesterday, and you intimated that that was your idea for the next show. And I somehow came up with like a winner and honorable mention for each category. And I know you said it again half jokingly about that Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr. event on that new app, Triller. And, of course, it was in terms of boxing cards that we have come to appreciate as hardcore fans. Maybe, it didn't really hit the right spot. On the other hand, I think in terms of the organization of the event, how they introduced into it live performances from artists, how they added that extra layer of entertainment and showmanship into the whole programming of the night. I think it's an original idea to bring more eyes onto boxing, which is not a good in and of itself, I think, but we do want more attention to our sport once every often. So I'm less of a fan in bringing YouTubers into this whole realm as much as I enjoyed all the memes that came out of the Nate Robinson knockdown, which honestly looked like a hate crime on screen. I think I did appreciate actually the way that Snoop Dogg was involved in the country, all these performances that we had from him and other rap stars. I think it's something to think about, especially if we are going to stay on the lockdown for some of 2021 as well, and if we will have more boxing events that would be conducted within bubbles. So that's just a little side note. But I think, again, counting in the recency bias, I think I would certainly mark the Teofimo Lopez Lomachenko fight as my favorite boxing event of the year and my favorite fight of the year.
So let me just stop you here.
Sorry.
Let me just say this: Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez is probably one of the biggest accolades for what Teofimo Lopez did, as most of the boxing world, as you know, classed that as an undisputed fight. So that, as in achievements, Teofimo Lopez has to be put into the top 5, at least, or maybe pushed into the top 3 of the Lomachenko versus Teofimo Lopez fight for 2020. I want you to look at, there's many other fights which were more fan friendly, just like what Lisa said. Lisa just told us that the fight with Zepeda, I can't pronounce the guy, the Barashek.
Barashek, I think.
Yeah, Barashek. So that fight was one of the most fan-friendly fights. There was knockdowns, there was knockouts, but I don't think the achievement of what Teofimo Lopez did was way higher than that fight. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And I think that's why I wanted to count in also both the recency bias, because I don't want to in any way also discount Tyson Fury's achievement in the heavyweight division, which
that
really
was one of the biggest achievements ever. Tyson Fury,
of course,
stopping
which
Deontay
changed the
Wilder
landscape.
in his own country, America.
Absolutely. There's always going to be some, mystique associated with going into someone's backyard and taking the title from them. And in that fashion, it's especially remarkable. But again, I think I still settle with October fight. And also, I think part of it is subjective. I was expecting this fight for a couple of years. I have been looking forward to it. I have been following Lopez coming through the ranks. I did not actually believe in him. I became a believer on that night. I was nevertheless looking forward to that night. And considering the number of belts involved, that whole narrative of him chasing down Lomachenko for years, who has been crowned the pound-for-pound king in so many different lists, or at least making to the top 2 or top 3. Just the challenge that that young man undertook, and the way he upset every single prediction about the fight, including the fact that some of his diehard fans had made, or some other people put as a possibility, right? Which was that, Teofimo can only win this fight by a knockout. And he surprised everyone. He dominated that fight for long stretches, and it seemed a little bit like he was maybe giving some ground to Lomachenko after the 6th round. But the way he again came back in that last round, right? His father tells him in the corner, don't worry about it, you're winning the fight, go out there and finish. He went there and he was about to knock him out. He went in there with purpose again, and maybe if it weren't for that headbutt, which I'm willing to concede was accidental, but again, we are talking about a seasoned fighter in Lomachenko. I think he was put in survival mode in that last round, just like he put Luke Campbell in survival mode in the last couple of rounds of that fight that they had for the WBC title. It was just, all in all, an incredible boxing fight. One of the best that I have seen in the last few years, and certainly my favorite this year.
And we've got about a dozen fights. And before I want you to, I'm so glad you told me about that particular fight, but we need to get to the rest of the fights for everybody in the chat, in the panel. I want to salute to Mr. Papa, Pete Hodges, and Lisa Bells has joined us very kindly, of her, the Queen of Boxing, I call her. And I would like to go to D Calico because he's been patiently waiting. D Calico, your guy Errol Spence Jr., they fought, God bless him, at that time, they fought Errol Spence was in a very bad way. We in England, when we saw the car accident, we didn't know he made it. But when he came back, it was the biggest comeback for 2020. Do you want to let us know how you feel about a couple of the fights in 2020?
Yeah, I definitely wanted to. I gotta start it off by saying, the knockout of the year goes to Gervonta Davis, of course, and I would say the most anticipated fight, making it the best fight, was Errol Spence and Danny Garcia. That was the most anticipated and well worth it fight of the year. So that's just how I'm gonna start it off, because I like everything everybody was saying, but I'll be able to add in, but I want to definitely hear what Lisa got to say.
Yeah, let's keep it moving. Lisa, how you doing today?
I'm good. Can everybody hear me? Because the audio sounds a little weak.
Yeah, we're having problems, but we can hear you fine.
Okay, because D Calico, I don't hear him as clear.
Yeah, he's a bit low. But Lisa, we got a lot of fights to cook about. Is there any fights that stood out for you that you thought in 2020 bring the passion back for you?
The Cepeda versus Baranchik. That fight was crazy. Like it was fireworks. And multiple knockdowns. The drama. And it was just crazy. And another fight that was really good was Verdejo versus
Nakatani?
Nakatani. That was a good fight. And of course, you had the heavyweights, Wilder and Fury. The Errol Spence with Danny Garcia. It was a good fight. He really looked good in that fight. And especially with what he went through,
What
coming off
about
an
the women?
accident.
Anything in the women? Do we want to talk about the women this year?
That,
Because I do want to include some of the women.
What's the girl name? She knocked out that lady in like a couple of seconds.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
stood out. That
wasn't
really
much of
stood
a
out.
fight, but that could be knockout of the year too as well. I mean, it would be in the mention of knockout of the year. The young girl, she was really young, and she beat that old lady up. She hit her so fast. And also one of the fights I enjoyed for the women was the rematch with Katie Taylor and Delphine Parsoon. Delphine, is that her name?
Yeah. That was a very close fight, wasn't it?
That lady fight like a man. Good God. She on a whole nother level of you gotta kill her.
Hey, let's go to the other panel, and I'm going to come back to you, Lisa, because we've got to choose the fight of the year and then hopefully try and find the boxer of the year. I do need your help. Got some time today.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
let's go
no
down
problem.
under. We got Jed Carl in the building. What's happening, Jed?
How are you, lad? All right? What's good?
Hey Jed. Hey D
Hey, Lisa.
Calico. Hey DJ Saddam.
Hello.
How you doing, Lisa?
Hey, we got Kangaroo
I'm
in the building, but we're
I'm
going to stick
blessed,
with
young
Jed.
man.
Yeah, rap star. What's doing, like, years, brother?
Yeah, Jed, what was the fight of the year for you?
Oh, so, yeah, I'd have to go with Zapata and Baranchik. That's easily, to me, fight of the year. But another one, I don't know if anyone else on the panel seen it. Salute to the rest of the panel as well, by the way. Estrada and Quadras. That was a wicked fight. That would probably be my runner-up. That was a sick fight.
Those are the two fights that stand out for you.
Yeah. I think so. Off the top of my head, I like Errol Spence and Garcia was a good fight as well. But they're the two that stand out for sure. But I mean, Zapata Baranchik, they're going to be hard to find a better fight all decade. Like that's one of the best fights I've ever seen in the last 10 years. Let alone this. That's easily fight of the year for sure.
So, do you think, as in achievements, I mean that's the fight of the year, but the biggest fight of achievements, do you think Tyson Fury Wilder or Teofimo Lopez and Lomachenko was more on the line? And do you think
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
those fights will get the accolade over the fights which are, looking the best for the fans? I mean,
well, yeah. I think Lopez would have victory of the year beating Lomachenko because a lot of people were not favouring him. He was the underdog in that fight. Where Fury Wilder, that was a big achievement as well, but that was like 50-50, I reckon. So, I think Lopez beating Lomachenko would be the biggest achievement of the year because he was a massive underdog in that fight. That's why I won big money betting on him because the odds were heavily favouring Loma in that fight. So that would definitely be the biggest achievement of the year for sure. Especially as a young fighter having such a comprehensive victory over a pound for pounder like that.
I think personally, probably Fury beating Wilder was the best fight of the year for me.
Is that Kangaroo?
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, that's what you think. I want you to give us two fights, not just one, because we want to try and chop up what everybody thinks. So go ahead.
Well, I'll probably say for me it's Fury Wilder, and probably the Garcia fight, I reckon. But nothing will top Fury Wilder for me. The second fight, that was the best fight, best achievement. Fury winning the Ring Magazine and WBC means he's won every belt in the heavyweight division. So that was probably it for me.
Okay, so can I let's just keep it going, because we want to just make sure that we cover what we're trying to look for here. So what about Jamal Charlo? Jamal Charlo came back and won his belt. Because the chat keeps talking about it. Does anybody have anything to say about the Jamal Charlo victory, and should it be in the top 5 fights of the year? We can go to anybody else.
Yes, it's a great accomplishment for Jamal Charlo. Being unifying the belts with what's his name again?
Rosario.
Yeah, Rosario. That was a great accomplishment, and he's on the road to undisputed. I truly believe that he will be the undisputed champ. He's going in the right direction. It was a great fight. What else? He has he's been consistent in that weight division, the most consistent, other than I would say like the Lauras, and he's been in that weight division his whole career basically, to my knowledge, from what I understand. And I remember him a long time ago fighting at that when he was really young, when he had locks. So I've been following him, and I've seen so much growth in his, in his career, and I just see him cleaning that division out and being undisputed.
So what I need help for, because I don't want to take too long, I'm gonna follow this right now. I want to put Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder in the top 5. Do you guys agree on the panel and the chat? Let's just start with fight by fight. Does Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, the fight that happened where Tyson Fury shocked the boxing world, does that come into the top 5 first out of all the fights that happened in 2020? Because I agree with Kangaroo. I want to put it in the top 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, definitely.
DJ Saddam, do we agree? Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder definitely goes in the top 5 before we start chopping it.
Without question.
D Calico?
Repeat that. We couldn't hear you, brother.
Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder does need to go in the top 5 out of all the fights which have happened in the 2020.
Oh yeah, it's in the top 5.
Okay, that's in the top 5. Let's eliminate some fights that might not be there. I need to go back to Lisa. Okay, Lisa, what do we do with the Estrada fight which Estrada had last month? Some people say that's one of the biggest fights for Estrada, putting him in line for Chocolito.
Yeah, the one against Quadras, right?
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but if that's it.
Carlos Quadras. Yeah, he fought Chocolatito a few years back. Yeah, that was a pretty good fight too, as well. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, it was a pretty good fight as well.
So basically, I don't know if it can make it in the top 5 though, because I've got Spence versus Garcia, I've got Teofimo Lopez versus Lomachenko, and I've got Jamal Charlo versus Rosario. I've got Leo Santa Cruz versus Tank Davis. I've got Povetkin versus Dylan White. Povetkin changed the boxing world again.
Right.
Shall we go with Lomachenko and Teofimo definitely makes the top 5? Do we agree on that one now?
Yeah.
Do you agree, Saddam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So D Calico, Teofimo Lopez, Lomachenko. It has to make the top 5, right?
Oh yeah, that might be number.
Okay, so those fights are ready in the top 5. Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder is a unanimous decision. Teofimo Lopez with Lomachenko is a unanimous decision. So those events are ready in the top 5 for 2020. Now, what do we do with? Does anyone want to put Nakatani versus Vele? What's that guy's name? Lisa Nakatani and
Verdejo, Felix
Verdejo.
Verdejo.
Verdejo. Okay, Verdejo. I call him Verdejo, but Verdejo, yes. Nakatani and Verdejo. We've got Charlo versus Rosaro, Charlo versus Devchenko. We've got Inua versus Maloney, which I don't think makes the top 5 anyway. Dylan White versus Povetkin, Estrada's fight, Zepeda. Okay, let's go with your fight, Lisa. Zepeda versus, how do you pronounce that guy?
Zepeda versus Baranchik. I'm
Okay,
trying to
Baranchik.
Ivan Baranchik.
Okay, does the chat want to put Zepeda versus Baranchik in the top 5? Because I think that deserves the top 5 spot. Does DJ Saddam has anything to say about that particular fight?
I agree. You know, I wasn't expecting much from that fight. But, you know, for the back and forth action that it provided, the knockdowns, the fact that it concluded in a knockout, and if I'm correct, Cepeda was also a slight underdog, at least going into that fight, since Baranchik is the more weathered, you know, a veteran of the division, basically, right? Am I mistaken? So I agree. I think would make the top 5 on that account.
I'm gonna go with Lisa on that as well. That Zepeda fight fucking took me away. I couldn't believe that fight. That fight had me on my toes. There was a knockout, knockdown after knockdown. That fight brought the whole boxing world excitement. People wasn't talking about them, Lisa, before that fight.
No, not really. I mean, he got a little noise as far as when he fought when Cepeda fought Ramirez, he gave him a fight. So Cepeda is a slept on fighter. He's very good fighter. And also well, Baranchik was in the super what is it called? The WBSS or whatever, World Boxing Super Series, and he fought Josh Taylor. But I mean, he gave a valiant effort, but Josh Taylor definitely beat him. But this guy's just wow the way he swings, Baranchik, and he got some pop too. But he just doesn't have technique.
Yeah, having audio issues. I've come back. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So we're going with the Zepeda Baranchik fight. We've got Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder. We've got Teofimo Lopez versus Lomachenko. These 3 are already in the fight of the year pick of the top 5. Okay, let's go to the next one, which stands out. The man came back. God is on his side. I don't care what anybody says. They offered him a tune-up fight. They asked him specifically, why don't you fight somebody like a, Josito Lopez, a Luis Collazo, and Errol Spence Jr. turned around and said, no, give me the real fight. Danny Garcia wanted him. Danny Garcia was in position. Errol Spence Jr. came back. And I'm not going to lie to you, England was watching. Because England were like, is he going to be the same? And I'm gonna just say this right now: Errol Spence Jr. looked better than he looked before the car crash. I think it was the biggest comeback of 2020, biggest comeback in boxing. Does anybody want to go next on that?
Yeah, I mean,
You need to speak up. We can't hear you, D Calico.
you can't hear me, Rapstar. Can y'all hear me? Mic check, mic check.
I can hear you a little bit. Lisa, can you hear him?
I'm gonna go out and try to fix it.
Not really.
Okay, so Lisa, help me with this. Errol Spence Jr., the chat's calling his name. The biggest comeback in the history of boxing. He didn't take a tune-up. He took the biggest challenge in Danny Garcia. And some people say Errol Spence is a wiser, smarter, better fighter now. One of the biggest comebacks. A lot of people say that that's the biggest fight. How do you feel about that?
A lot of people said that was the what? The best fight?
The biggest comeback and a big fight for him.
Oh yeah. It was a great fight. It was competitive. You know, he it's actually a miracle, basically. And for him to come through that and basically come back and be in a competitive fight like that with a and I never thought that VSG was a tune up, you know. He was still a top welterweight, you know. So with that being said, yeah, it was a great, you know, comeback and I wish to see what he does further, you know, going forward in his career.
Okay, let's go to D Calico. D Calico, Errol Spence Jr. came back with the touch of God. What you got to say about that, bro?
Like I said, really, it's the biggest comeback in sports. You know what I mean? Like no athlete I can think of has ever went through anything like this. You know, like it's been a couple football players had motorcycle accidents, like what Kellen Winslow, Ben Roethlisberger, but nobody ever got like their motorcycle wasn't wrecked the way his Lamborghini was. You know, and we've seen what he went through.
Ferrari.
So whatever. I'm not into that part, but you know what I mean. I know the car. I couldn't tell what it was when it got totaled. You know what I mean? And
So that was a big fight for all of us in boxing for 2020, wasn't it? For Errol Spence to make that comeback,
yeah.
it made everybody really, really tune in on that night of boxing.
Man, that was monumental. There's more heart than we ever seen. Really on display. And then, like you say, God obviously, touched him because he looks all the way healed. Like maybe even better than before. So yeah, that's number one.
So
fight.
you definitely got him in your top 5, D Calico.
I can't think of I can't see a fight being better than that. To be honest with you.
Okay, let's go to DJ Saddam then. Saddam, Errol Spence Jr., biggest comeback in boxing history, they say. The man nearly died. The fight he fought, they say he fought a very clever fight with Danny Garcia. Showed some good skills in there. What you got to say about that?
I think, I'm always as interested with the stories that accompany the fights and build them up. And, in this particular case, I think it was a very touching comeback. And I really feel like it put him in the right mindset. Of course, Errol Spence's achievement to have unified titles at welterweight already had happened just, merely, what was it, 10 days before the accident? So to have experienced that kind of high and to have then come to the edge of death right after, and to come back from that, I think that is in and of itself a very strong achievement. And he fought a very clever fight. And in the 8th round, actually, Danny Garcia was having a very tough time to even hold on to the fight. I think there was a moment that I thought he was actually going to perhaps stop him. And again, I wasn't expecting that he would do that. I liked the way that he went in there, used his jab, and started working up and down, touching Danny Garcia's body from the very early rounds. And he completely disarmed Danny Garcia. Garcia got through a couple of times, and I think Spence realized very early on that he could actually take his punches. And that was perhaps the only doubt he had in his mind anyways. I'm sure he has had certain, gym wars in his time and had very serious sparring sessions, of course, in preparation to this fight. But that was the one unknown variable before going into the fight. And he figured that out early on. He fought a very smart fight and dominated it. And I think it's an incredible achievement. He was offered tune-up fights. He was offered, I think, Maurice Lee, completely unknown. And he chose instead still a top contender, a 2-division champion, 2-time champion at welterweight. I think that fight needs to be in top 5. I don't know if I would put it in my top 2 or top 3, but I can't.
Doing the top 5.
I can't deny it a spot. I can't deny it a spot in top 5.
Okay, wow. Okay.
It wraps up.
Go ahead.
It wraps up. Yo, see, what I'm gonna say is, like, when I look at all of the fights, the way some of these guys beat their opponent, they can't beat everybody with that style they brung. But what Errol Spence brung, you can beat anybody with that kind of, style and those skills that he brung. And Teofimo Lopez probably was like second best. Like, Teofimo Lopez brought something that you have to bring to every match. That kind of a style can win 99% of the fights. And a lot of the other guys, they relying on that big punch. And that's not going to win all of these fights. You got to bring the total package, like Errol Spence and pretty much Teofimo Lopez. They brought that.
So I don't want to get to the unanimous decision yet. But Lisa, are we getting Errol Spence Jr.? Would you have him in the top 5 of 2020 fights for the biggest fights of the year, of what attraction it brought to the boxing table?
Yeah, definitely.
So
Definitely, because it was all also, on his comeback, how how he was gonna look and everything, and he passed it. So it was a big build up with that, and and he came through with flying colors.
Okay, so I just want to say, right, if we give Errol Spence Jr. and this big comeback, and especially after a lot of people didn't even know what Errol Spence Jr. we were going to get back, was everybody impressed and thinks Errol Spence Jr. has not just come back, but he's a wiser, and do you think he's a better fighter, or do you see him as the same fighter?
Hey, rap star. I'm gonna put it like this: all of these guys that were a part of those big fights, but the ones that lost, if those guys would have fought like Errol Spence, they would have won. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, not of course he got the measurables to live with the jab like that, but still, like that'll be hell for anybody to handle. You know, the skills that Errol brung is not gonna, it's not gonna lose you. You're not gonna lose too many fights if you can stay. If you can fight like that, bring those kind of skills and stay composed, man, you're gonna be undefeated.
Okay, so let's keep Errol Spence Jr. biggest comeback in the top 5 of Danny Garcia. The fight in 2020 makes the top 5. But I want to say there's few fights here that I need your help with. Leo Santa Cruz, the 126-pound, 122-pound champion, a free-weight world champion, came against Gervonta Tank Davis. A lot of people had this as a big fight. A lot of people knew Leo Santa Cruz is biting too much than he can chew. But Leo Santa Cruz came to 130, challenge Gervonta Tank Davis. Now, whether people like it or not, it was an exciting fight. Nobody has ever seen Leo Santa Cruz knocked out.
Hey, your audio. Hey, rap star, your audio.
Hey, you're crackling up, D.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing about you.
The audio was completely choppy, so I couldn't make sense.
Hello?
Hey, salute to the chat, everyone. Yeah, I think Rapstar is having problems with his audio, so we are gonna hold the fort here. But he was talking about the Leo Santa Cruz versus Tank Davis fight. Are you back? Rapstar?
Yeah, I mean, audio issues at the moment. We got a problem with audio. Can you hear us?
You sound like you're speaking from some dark dystopic moment in the future, man, with this robotic voice.
Is it still really bad? Is it really bad?
It's better now. No, it's better now. Maybe a little echo, but it's good.
I mean, we're having audio issues right now. Are we still able to? Can people hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay, so we was at the Leo Santa Cruz and Tank Davis fight. Nobody's seen Leo Santa Cruz knocked out like that. Does that fight make the top 5 because of the event and how the event was so hyped? Go ahead, DJ Saddam.
Now, we have already chosen 3 fights, right? For our top 5.
Say that again.
So we have already chosen 3 fights for our top 5, right? This is the 4th.
Well, we got 4, but we're gonna have to chop it into 5. But just tell me what you think about this fight with Leo Santa Cruz and Gervonta Tank Davis.
For sure. So I think, honestly, again, I love Leo Santa Cruz's story. He's a 4-division world champion. He had come up to that weight. He had come up to 130, seeking that title. He won it. And I think it was a good fight to make. I'm not sure if it is the kind of challenge we want to see Tank to go against at this point in time, but I think that moment is soon to come. But the way the fight played out, I actually thought that it delivered much, much more than I was expecting, because until that sixth round, and the knockout was in the sixth round, right? Until that sixth round, Santa Cruz fought a very good fight. He was using his jab really well, and perhaps he was also, he was maybe getting a little carried away. And we have seen how Tank basically made him pay for that. And we have spoken a lot about this yesterday as well. One of the difficult things about dealing with very strong opponents who walk you down and who stalk you around the ring is to make them respect your power. And I think that was that crucial element Santa Cruz was perhaps missing against Tank. He had a great game plan. He was executing it perfectly until that moment, but I don't think he was strong enough to really keep Tank away. And Tank finally found a way through and countered him with that left uppercut so perfectly. And to me, that's the knockout of the year. And really on the night of the fight, I think he really delivered, even though I did not have very high expectations from the fight in the lead up to it.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Can you hear us now, Deep Calico?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so Leo Santa Cruz, Tank Davis. Was that a huge fight for 2020?
See, I'm gonna put it in the top 5. Put it like this: even if Leo Santa Cruz would have won, it would have been a top 5 fight. Now before the fight, like, I didn't like the matchup at all. You feel me? Like I already envisioned a knockout. But as the fight went along, Santa Cruz did everything right. It's just that guy, Gervonta, got dynamite in his gloves. You know what I mean? Like, he's the smallest fighter that lives like a heavyweight. Like, he can change the fight with one punch. You know what I mean? And the Charlo brothers, those guys definitely got some dynamite too. But I mean, nobody is hitting like Gervonta Davis. I believe he hits like a heavyweight. And, being in such a smaller frame, I know that surprises the people that he fighting. Like, he's nowhere near heavyweight. But I'm pretty sure that's how hard he's hitting. Because, he knows these guys are gone when he hit them. One punch. Like, and that's why, the guys like Haney and them, nobody should compare themselves to Gervonta Davis, because there is no other. This guy, like, he don't need to duck, the tough fighters. Because if he fights, people that's not on his level, he's going to end up killing somebody. Real talk. Rep stop. Sister Lisa, anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I have an audio.
Yes, sir.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Lisa, so Tank Davis versus Leo Santa Cruz. Was that a huge fight for you? Would that make the top 5 for you in your top 5?
I mean, the knockout, but it's a thing where he was like a weight division under. That's the only thing. I don't like when they do that unless it's like if they come up in weight or whatever. But I knew the Tank was gonna win that fight. So, I mean, he gave a great effort while he could, as far as his speed or whatever. I mean, well, not his speed, but his his work rate, but I knew that Tank was gonna catch him.
Okay, I want to now talk about the fights, which could take the position in the top 5 that you guys have to consider with us. We had Canelo versus Callum Smith. Saul Canelo Alvarez came out on the weekend, and a lot of people say he's not just the most improved fighter, he's a fighter who's just getting better and better, and he totally dethroned the 168-pound champion in Callum Smith. Let's go with DJ Saddam. Where would you put that fight in 2020?
Did we already put the Charlo Rosario fight into
No,
our
we're gonna
top
come
for
to
sure?
Charlo and Rosario because we haven't come to it because you guys haven't put it in the top 5. But we got 5 fights already, and I'm gonna try and see if we're gonna take any of those out to either replace with Canelo's fight, Charlo's fight, Estrada, Dillian White Pervekin. Do you guys respect the Joe Joyce and Dubois fight? That was a big fight for us. So I don't know if any of these are going to lose a position, but what I do want to talk about is the fight by fight. Quick rundown. So let's run it down quickly on the Canelo, and we'll go to Jamal Charlo next. Or let's go Jamal Charlo because that was maybe before. So if you want to start on the Jamal Charlo versus Rosario, coming back to get his
I'd
title.
like that.
Okay, let's go with Jamal Charlo. Does that make your top 5? And if so, we might have to take Tank Davis or somebody else out.
For me, definitely. I think I was really impressed. First of all, I know that didn't happen this year, but it happened at the tail end of last year. I was really impressed by the way that Charlo won back that title. I think in having complained so much about the decision in the first fight, he perhaps ended up taking some of the sting away from the importance of that victory on the second fight, because I think in the first fight, Harrison boxed beautifully on the outside, and he was countering Charlo perfectly, and I think he deserved to win on that night. And in rematch, after Charlo dropped him down in the second round, he again switched his game plan, and due credit to his coach and late father, Ali Islam El, God bless his soul. He passed away this year earlier from COVID, but they changed game plans after that first knockdown, and Harrison started walking to him and started fighting on the inside. And I don't care about the judges' scorecards, but Harrison was giving a very good record of himself until Charlo caught him again and dropped him down again until he stopped it. And I think that was a momentous achievement, and it set him up for the title unification that he was looking forward to ever since he had heard in his sights. 154 division has been a division where there were a lot of mix-ups, there were a lot of upsets, and to have emerged as the man beat in that division, and to have now the possibility of, in fact, having a showdown for the undisputed championship with the winner of Teixeira and Castaño next year, I think Charlo is going to be the last man standing in that division. And I think it deserves to be recognized for that achievement. We might say that Rosario seemed to have emerged from nowhere, but we saw how dangerous he was that night in Philadelphia against J. Rock Williams. And I think that fight for me, certainly delivered, and I was very impressed with Charlo's performance. He completely broke him down. Uh, everyone was so impressed by how big and strong Rosario was against Williams, and Charlo just showed that he is a different breed. He needs to be recognized. I think that fight would be in
So
my top
that
5.
achievement and what he did back to win his title and knock out the guy who beat him, isn't that a bigger fight than Tank Davis and Leo Santa Cruz when it comes to achieving and what it takes to be where you are coming into 2021? We've got to recognize the top 5 in the most smart and logic way. Because just like Get the Smoke said, a bigger knockout happened in 2020 than Tank Davis. It was just as bad, if not worse. Did you guys watch Povetkin versus Dillian White?
I did, yeah.
What do you think about that knockout?
Again, I think it was one of the object lessons in the way that a single punch change an entire fight, and especially in the heavyweight division. I think, no question, Dillian White was winning that fight until Povetkin used some of those basic fundamentals and countering skills that have served them so well now into his 40s. He slipped and countered them with that perfect left uppercut. And it was done. And I think the rematch is not even going to be the next one, since Povetkin has been suffering from COVID, supposedly. But yeah, I think it upset the pre-fight predictions. It certainly changed the course of the entire fight. So I think it needs to be recognized for that unpredictability. And it is what we come to expect from the heavyweight division too, though. So I do want to recognize what the Calico said. Tank has a very special kind of power for the smaller guys, for the lighter weight divisions. So I'm impressed by his power for that particular reason, because we come to expect those sorts of knockout at the heavyweight division, not necessarily at the 130.
Okay,
Not
so
at the super featherweight.
let's just start keeping this one real now. So I want to make is the Jamal Charlo or Nakatani or even Estrada or even Canelo their wins, or Povetkin what he did to Dillian White, one of the biggest upsets in that knockout, or Joe Joyce? Do any of these fights stand out to you more than the Tank Davis and Leo Santa Cruz? I want to go to Lisa, whoever. Lisa can start that one.
I would say that
Okay.
the Povetkin fight, it actually, being such a surprise, it definitely kind of out edges the Gervonta. It kind of puts Gervonta out of the top 5. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, let's go to Lisa because I haven't heard from her. Lisa, does any of those fights I mentioned to you that come top of my head, like D. Calico says, Povetkin's fight probably overtakes Tank's? Or any of those I said to you that might overtake Tank Davis, Leo Santa Cruz?
Well, those two knockouts were very textbook with Tank and also Povetkin. Now what did you say? What other fights? As far as Dubois and
So Dubois, Joe Joyce, that was a big achievement for Joe Joyce. I think you were one of the few people, if I'm not mistaken, who came on our show in Europe one day and you went for Joe Joyce. And even the people in England didn't go for Joe Joyce. Most of the people went for Daniel Dubois. Do you think that fight was a big achievement for 2020 for Joe Joyce coming into 2021?
Yeah, I mean, of course it was, put him on the map more so. Uh, he was the underdog coming up, like, because so many people put a lot into Dubois. And, it's understandable, his youth and everything. And he was coming up, knocking everybody out. So it's not, unheard of. And his upside, there's a bigger.
Rat Star, you a bitch!
What's that?
I think that's a troll. That's just a little troll. Trolls are always coming by these days trying to clout chase. Don't worry about the trolls. They come like little, like weasels or cockroaches. Chloe, let's carry on, Lisa.
Oh, so, I don't know if it will over. I mean, well, it was a great thing, as far as contenders in the heavyweight division. But I don't know if it will. It's hard to say if it should be mentioned more than Well, look at the damage that was done in that fight with his eye and everything.
Yeah, because you guys have to appreciate, right? We had a big win with what Nakatani did, coming back from that huge comeback. Do you guys not see that as one of the biggest wins in 2020?
Oh yeah, I was shocked myself. I didn't expect that one.
So Jamal Charlo, Nakatani, Povetkin versus Dillian White. Any others? Estrada versus, I can't pronounce the guy's name, his opponent, Brashek, whatever. Estrada. Joe Joyce, Daniel Dubois. Do any of these take over any spot of our top five? Because you know who the top five is. Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, Vasily Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez.
Hey, rap stop.
Yeah.
In this lineup right here, the Tank Davis fight and Lopez, like that's like they the gatekeepers right now. Like if they can't leapfrog that fight, they can't make it in the top five. Because it's a possibility. I'm trying to think if there's a fight that could take the Povetkin out of the top five, but that was like a real surprise. Not to give Dillian White too much credit, because everybody he fights hits him with beautiful punches. It's just that he doesn't always. We've never seen him go to bed. Well, excuse me, except when he fought Anthony Joshua. But yeah, Anthony Joshua had a great knockout. He can almost get in there. That was a beautiful knockout.
So look, at the end of the day, our top five seems like it's coming to the promising. Let's just keep it cooking then. I'll just explain to you. We've got it already where we have it. We've got Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, Teofimo Lopez, Lomachenko, Tank Davis versus Leo Santa Cruz, Zepeda versus, I don't know how to pronounce that guy's name again, and Errol Spence Jr. versus Garcia. So Jamal Charlo doesn't make it. Estrada doesn't make it. Nakatani doesn't make it. Povetkin doesn't make it. I mean, do you see any other fights that stood out for you guys? Joe Joyce, Daniel Dubois, Canelo versus Callum Smith. Nobody spoke about Canelo versus Callum Smith. That's a huge achievement, coming at 168 pounds and totally dominating a champion. We've got to give respect where respect's due. The older Jamal. What about Javier Fortuna? What he did. So none of those other ones can probably take over the top five that you guys have got together, you think?
I think I would actually put Jermar Charlo and Canelo's again, fights due to their achievements into the top five. It's your channel, Rap Star, so I'm not going to invent new categories, but I have a feeling that maybe I would have a different bracket for the knockouts of the year. To me, as entertaining as the Cepeda Barandic fight was, with the number of the knockdowns and the back and forth action and the ultimate knockout, in these kinds of lists, I always privilege the kind of achievement it brings into the sport, the kind of legacy that it will leave behind years and years later. And I know we are just compiling a list for this year, but I would rather see Charlo versus Rosario and Canelo versus Callum Smith in that top five, instead of Cepeda Baranchik and Santa Cruz versus Tank Davis, as much as I was entertained by those fights and enjoyed the knockout.
So Jamel Charlo makes it in the top five for you. And we're going to take, who would you like to take out if you was going to put Jamel Charlo in there?
For me, to put Jamel Charlo, I think I would take out Zeta Baranchik, but that's just me.
But that was a huge fight. That was one of the biggest fan-friendly fights, bigger than even what people say Tank Davis and Leo Santa Cruz. There were so many knockdowns in that. But look.
But what was on the line, right? Was there a title on the line? There were two titles on the line for the Tank Davis Leo Santa Cruz fight in two different weight divisions. Rosario Charlo was a unification that involved 3 belts plus the ring magazine belt. So I don't know. I mean, that's just what I privilege. But again, I respect your, preferences.
Yeah. So anybody want to cook on anything? Anybody got anyone who wants to take over the top five? Because otherwise we're going to get to the boxing match of the year in 2020. Are we happy with our top five, what we roughly put together, Lisa?
Yes, even though now that I think about it, it would make more sense. Well, fight of the year is fight of the year. They don't always necessarily have to be title fights or anything on the line. But I will say that Jamel Charlo should be definitely in there. You know why? Because that was a unification belt. I mean match, and you're talking about all these belts on the line, and he's on his way to undisputed. So that is something to think about.
To put Jamel Charlo in?
I mean, yeah, but who would we take out?
I don't know, because I think Cepeda and Brashek has already been number one for a lot of people in the chat.
Oh, okay.
So I can't go against Cepeda and Brashek, but I don't know where to go with. I mean, with Leo Santa Cruz and Tank Davis, people are saying that Povetkin's knockout was even worse.
Right.
I mean, look, boxing is hard. We love the sport. We just want to be fair. It's not like we're leaving anyone out. We're just not doing this with all point system. We're doing this freestyle, doing it within a quick time. So it's not like we're leaving anyone. We're just trying to keep it going,
See, I think we all got the same top three, but like my top five, I think is the Charlo and Anthony Joshua sneaking there for me. Like those.
Somebody in the Somebody in the backstage
Yo, that's a
rap.
troll. That's a troll. There's trolls coming up and down here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean the Errol Spence, Teofimo Lopez, Tyson Fury, um, Charlo and Anthony Joshua, like those fights, like you know, kind of like sliding in my top 5. But I do see a lot of people saying Zepeda.
Hey, somebody remind me, when was Josh Taylor and Prograde? That wasn't 2020, was it? In the beginning. That was before, was that in 2019?
No, that was last
Yeah, I
year.
think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if that was in 2020, believe me, I'll be cooking that fight. Because somebody just reminded us in the chat.
It was 2019.
Yeah. So we can't go against Zepeda against Brashek or Brashik. Tyson Fury Wilder. Teofimo Lopez, Lomachenko. These 3 are already certified. Now, nobody can take Errol Spence, Danny Garcia out the way because that was one of the biggest fights of 2020, wasn't it?
Most definitely.
So we got Errol Spence, Danny Garcia. I mean, we got Leo Santa Cruz and Tank Davis, or we got Jamal Charlo versus Rosario, or we've got Estrada. What's the guy's name who's Estrada, Lisa?
Estrada versus Carlos Quadras.
Yeah, we got Estrada versus Quadras. Doesn't make it, but it was nice to mention their names. Nakatani versus Verdeo. That was a great fight, but it hasn't made it. Javier Fortuna versus Lazare. I can't remember the guy's name, but that didn't make it. The older Charlo versus Lomachenko, that didn't make it. I mean, what do we do? Do you want to guys go? Do you want to turn it around for Jamal Charlo instead of Tank Davis?
Yeah.
Okay, that's Lisa.
What is it?
Yes.
Fight of the year, or knockout of the year?
We're doing fight of the year. We haven't done knockout of the year though. Knockout is a different subject.
And
right.
And I don't know.
So Jamal Charlo takes over with Rosario for Lisa. Let's go to DJ Saddam. Are you happy with that? Jamal Charlo versus Rosario overtakes Tank Davis because it's not a knockout of the year; it's actual fight of the year.
Yes, sir. I think I would be very content with that. I really want to include Jamal Charlo versus Rosario in the top 5. So yeah, that's great.
All right, let's go to D Calico. You cool with that, bro?
And see, last time I was speaking, that was my second thought. Man, I'm down to my third thought, man. Because I just can't leave Canelo out of this, man.
Yeah, we got to speak about Canelo because even though you guys haven't put him in the top 5, how do you his performance against the Caleb Smith, the 6'3"? Lisa, you haven't said nothing about Canelo. I mean, how did you feel about what you saw with Canelo? How better he's getting and how he's walking down the opponent?
Man, Canelo number 3 on my list right now.
Yeah, he looks good. But I didn't put it as fight of the year though. But he looked good as far as what he did and everything. I want to see more competitive fights, and it's that, the skill set. I mean, I know the guy had some skill set and everything, but he pretty much what's the word? Kind of took away all his tools, but he didn't use his attributes. He didn't use his height. But then again, Canelo was kind of coming in, like the way he was crouching in. I don't know if I want to use the word crouch, but he was just kind of walking in and kind of closing the distance off on him. So it was like, he didn't use his he kind of did it in the first round a little bit, but then after that it started, changing subtly the rounds. And when you have that much height, you can just work off of that jab and just stay on the outside, just keep popping it, keep popping it. But he knew how to, Canelo has a lot more experience, and at this point he's like a young vet in a sense. So he definitely didn't use the attributes that he had, but it's just, like it's levels to this, as far as the fight game. Not to take anything from the gentleman that he can't fight, but he just was just outmatched, basically, outclassed.
Yo, DJ, why don't you cook on Canelo? Because I don't want to forget about his fight. Because where we're ending the fight of the year, I'm just going to run down some names for people to remember that those fights existed and those fights got watched, but they just are not the biggest fights. But Canelo Alvarez, he came back after a long layoff. And you also know that they was talking about the ring IQ of Canelo. He is a totally different league when it comes to fighting other champions. How do you feel about that, bro?
I think it's an impressive achievement, and to me, now he legitimated his claim first to be a full-fledged four-weight world champion, because the title that he won against Rocky Fielding at 168 was the second-rate WBA title. So I'm not sure if that should be really counted. At any rate, I think he also solidified his place as the number one pound-for-pound fighter now. And just as Lisa was saying, he really took away all the attacking and countering options that Callum Smith had against him. He took away his jab by slipping and working his way in. He took away that counter hook by constantly banging on that left arm, we have seen how swollen that arm was at the end of the fight. I think it was a dominating performance, and I would say at the moment he really looks like the king of the hill, right? I think he looks a notch above everyone else and almost invincible. But we know that's how the story always goes, right? They all look invincible until they eventually get beaten. And let's not forget, of course, he already has a loss on his record against Floyd Mayweather. But Canelo is also a fighter who improves fight after fight. And with all the other sorts of question marks that we could raise and asterisks we could put on his record, I think at this moment in time, he really set himself apart, not only in any single weight class, but also as the top pound for pound here currently.
Yeah, I want to also mention that arm situation, what people are talking about, that was actually something they mentioned, which was after a while in Canelo's game plan. When seeing they were damaging Callum Smith's arm, they continuously kept coming because he was blocking and then he was getting hit. Did you see the size of his arm? The man damaged his arm, bro. Canelo was consistently coming at the body, consistently hurting Callum Smith. He could Callum Smith some heart for staying in that ring. A lot of fighters would have given up by the 10th round.
That's right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But look, at the end of the day, we appreciate seeing Canelo Alvarez. We were happy to see that he was still a dominant force, but we want to see big fights for Canelo. Canelo with a Triple G. Canelo with Jamal Charlo once Jamal Charlo's ready to meet up with him. Canelo versus Demetrius Andre. There's still a few fights and make it a bit exciting. And, you know, hopefully those fights will be big for 2021. How do you feel about that, Lisa? Those names I mentioned for Canelo.
How did I feel about what? Because it's kind of it's choppy right now.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, say that again.
No, we can barely hear you, Rap.
We're having audio issues, bro. I'm having some.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, I hear you now.
Yeah, you hear me now?
Yeah, say that again.
Let's go back to it. Right. So you hear me now? I said Canelo's next. Who would you like to see him fight, Lisa, in the near future in 2021 and 2022?
Okay, well, he said he's gonna stay at 168, so I like to see him fight what's his name? Shit. What's this dude's name?
Demetrius Andre.
Andre is not at 168, is he? Oh yeah, he's moving up. Yeah, I'd like to see him fight Demetrius Andre at 168 since Andre said he's moving up. I would like to see him fight Caleb Plant. I would like to see him fight Benavidez. Who else is up there at 168? Whoever's up there. Who else is at 168? He already fought Danny Jacobs at 160, I believe. Who else is at 168?
Billy Joe Saunders.
Oh yeah, he got Billy Joe. Forgot about Billy Joe. Yeah, he's there. So fight. You know who's there. You know, if you want to be undisputed, like you said, then you know, just fight all the champions and whoever else, and if Charlo comes up to 168, I would love to see that fight. That's the one I really want to see. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's some great fights that we've got for 2021. Can you guys hear me now? Because I've had audio issues consistently today.
Yeah,
that's a little better now.
Wow. I mean, we've had bad issues here today. But look, I'm glad that we've been able to cook up the top 5. Now, who should we put as our top 2 fights of the year for 2020? Out of everything that we've chose, we've still respected all these other fights. Let's not forget Devin Haney Gamboa. That was a fight that took place. A lot of people didn't appreciate the fight because Devin Haney sold the fight like he was going to knock Gamboa out and give him his retirement check. Devin Haney was in negotiation with Gary Russell Jr., but the fight didn't happen. Gamboa stepped up. He came off injuries, and a lot of people wanted to see Devin Haney knock him out. That didn't happen. But Devin Haney Gamboa did happen. Do we want to cook anything about the fight? Does anyone have anything to say about that fight for 2020?
No, as much as I love Devin Haney, I don't think that's a fight we wanted. I know he wanted to be active.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna give anybody
to keep active. He wanted to make a statement. he didn't really deliver on that account. I don't think I can justifiably mention that in my top 5 or even top 10 for that matter.
Yeah, so does anybody have anything to say about the Devin Haney Gamboa fight for 2020? Or they weren't impressed?
I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna give everybody credit who went out there and tried to entertain us during the quarantine. You know what I mean? Because I'm pretty sure it wasn't hard. I mean, it wasn't easy. You know, doing all these fights with no crowds. That's why it was a lot of upsets this year. You know, obviously we can't say that about Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury, but the rest of these fights, like the quarantine, had a lot to do with a lot of upsets. You know, so you know, I'm glad that I got to see every quarantine fight there was. You feel me? So you know, I appreciated the fight, and it was almost like a friendly match. I don't think Devin Haney had any spite against that guy. You know, he wanted like a Gary Russell type of fight, somebody that he would have at least swung for the fences. You know, but you know, Gamboa wasn't his mortal enemy. Didn't seem like, you know. But I'm pretty sure we'll see more from him. You know, we need to see him with the Ryan Garcias. They have to show everything. You know. But Ryan Garcia got his hands full right now.
Okay, Lisa, you want to touch on the Devin Haney Gamboa fight for the fans, 2020?
Yeah, no, it was a good fight. I mean, I can't say that it wasn't. He was in there with a crafty veteran, so and maybe he took it easy. I don't know. Maybe he took it easy on him. You never know. But Gamboa is he didn't move around a lot in that fight, and I knew he had like a Achilles tear or whatever. But Gamboa is a vet, so with a pedigree. So you got to give him some credit. He went in there, did what he had to do. All fights are not going to wind up in knockouts. So at the same time, I give him his credit. He's coming up. He's young. He's growing. He's developing, and he's a boxer. At the end of the day. So like I said, Gamboa is he's crafty. So can't never take that from Gamboa. And Devin Haney is, like I said, he's coming up the ranks real well. Very impressed with him.
Okay, so look, we just got to touch some fights. We're just calling their names. We know they're not in the top 10s and whatever, but we got to remember the fights because 2020 was one of those years where a lot of sports lost a lot of they lost their events and they lost the momentum and also the continuous showings on live sports. But we had boxing when a lot of fights didn't happen, but the fights that did happen, we got to remember them. Now, let's remember this rising star, Puerto Rican. This guy made some noise in 2020. He seems like the next Mike Tyson. He is Edgar Berlanga. Edgar Berlanga had a big 2020. How do you guys feel about Edgar Berlanga knocking people out in the first round? The man's got 16 fights, 16 knockouts. How do you guys feel about Edgar Berlanga in America? Let's go to DJ Saddam.
I think, if we had a category for the revelation of the year, certainly he would be ranked highly in that category. There's a lot of hype around him, and rightly so, to string together that kind of sequence of knockouts beyond the physical power you possess. you have to impose yourself so successfully in and outside of the ring over your opponent to win in that particular fashion. And that was the sort of excitement. For example, Sonny Liston had in yesteryear, Mike Tyson had in his come up, right? He would basically defeat a lot of his opponents long before the fight had actually started. And Berlanga seems to have that sort of mystique around him at this point in time. I think he's moved by the right people. He's tapped into the culture as well. He's backed by a lot of big people in the rap scene. Fat Joe is actually, Fat Joe fucks with him. Lil Wayne just tweeted about him after his Sweet 16, after his 16th first round knockout, talking about how he wants a life-size cutout of Berlanga to put him in the booth and just drop the mic, let him do his verses instead. So, he's building up quite an image for himself. And obviously, eventually, he will have to live up to it. Eventually, he will have to walk the talk. But for now, I think we should give that young man his due credit. He still has a lot to show, of course, against the right kind of opposition, against a step-up kind of fight. But at this moment in time, I think he deserves a recognition.
100% knockout ratio. Anybody else want to speak on Edgar Berlanga? The man stepped up a couple of fights this year and knocked him out in the first round. Anybody got anything to say about that?
Rep, you want to play that visual while you talk?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Lisa?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Lisa, anything on Edgar Berlanga that caught your eye?
He's a knockout artist. Obviously, all first round knockouts, 16, right? I heard somewhere on one of these chats that he is a boxer also. See, I didn't know that. So he does have a boxing pedigree. Danny Jacobs' old trainer trains him, right?
That's correct, Andre Rozier.
Yeah, so he's a good trainer. He's a really good trainer. So I'm expecting to see a lot from this young man. Hopefully he'll be able to get his style together where he'll be able to where he can incorporate boxing with the power and everything. Find the perfect tweak out, because he's gonna need that when he step up in competition. Because you can be a knockout puncher, but that you can run into somebody that can take your punches. You know what I mean? So that's where you have to use your boxing ability. And he needs some rounds, for the experience. He needs some rounds in there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to say? He needs some rounds.
He also needs some step up of opposition soon.
Yeah, man, definitely. He's been fighting even with.
Hey, who's that? Is that LT?
That's LT. What's up, my brother?
Hey, LT in the house, man. Hey, listen.
What's up, carnal?
Hey, we're trying to talk about the top 5 fights of the year, LT.
Yeah, I'm listening.
All right, bro. What do you think of Edgar Berlanga?
Bro, I'm thinking he definitely needs to step up already, man. I mean, 16 fights, right? 16 fights?
Yeah,
How many fights does he have? 16, and he's like, look at
17.
Teofimo, bro. 17. Look at Teofimo, bro. 16 with undisputed. You know what I mean? I mean, that's a lot of fights with fighting nobodies, bro.
Hey, but he's been totally dominant performances with these guys.
Yeah, man, but like I
Now,
don't want to be mean,
2021.
but they giving him taxi drivers, bro.
Yeah, but 2021. Hopefully, we're gonna see him in with an opponent and a couple of opponents to step it up so he can get his rankings up now. Just like Lisa said.
Yeah, I see, but you know what?
Look, let me speak.
What I saw it as like a little disrespect when he said, "Oh, I'll knock Callum Smith in 6 rounds." 6 rounds.
Hey, look.
6 rounds, bro.
He's hyping it up. Can't blame him. He's young. You know what I mean? The Puerto Ricans are with him. He's got the rap people like DJ said.
Yeah, but that's not the right way to do it, bro.
He's got Fat Joe, Lil Wayne, all that crowd behind him. At the end of the day, he's hyped up, right? So let's just see
Definitely hyped up.
LT, Edgar Berlanga is going to start stepping up. Who would you like to see him fight next year then? If you want to see him step it up, who do you want to see him fight, bro?
At least top 20 fighters. Because he's calling out everyone on the division. Like he's calling out who? Canelo. He's at least the top 20 fighter, bro. At least.
So you guys happy with somebody like Gabriel Rosado, who's in the top 10? Gabriel Rosado?
Yeah. I'm happy with that, bro.
So if he fights someone like Gabriel Rosado or John Ryder, these guys are ranked.
I would like John Ryder, bro. Now that you mention it.
Okay. There's John Ryder there. These are like, you can call them gatekeepers, but
yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, Rosado did give Daniel Jacobs a fight, life and death fight, bro. They said he won that fight.
Yeah, I pretty much thought he won too. Hello?
Yeah, man. Look, at the end of the day, we just want to see some fights.
Some good fights, bro, because come on, man. We are paying for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. So look, we want to talk about the top 5 fights of the year, brother. And what we're talking about is some of the fighters that we didn't want to miss out for 2020, who have been making, their appearances in these bad times of our life that we're living in. We got to still appreciate the boxers are stepping in the ring for us, you know?
I see.
Yeah. So I want to get to the fight with what does everybody think about Shakur Stevenson's appearance last week in Shakur Stevenson against, I think it was Clary. Anybody got any thoughts of Shakur Stevenson's appearance and how his dominant performance? How'd you rate it? And how'd you feel of his come out in 2020? Let's go to DJ Saddam.
I think Stevenson is another rising star for this year. He is already a world champion, which was a title he claimed late in the year, last year, right, in 126. And I think he will soon be a 2-weight world champion. And look, I mean, just like Lisa was saying, not every fight has to end in a knockout. And I think he was trying to get his opponent out of there, but his opponent was genuinely in a survival mode for most of that fight. And he was absolutely dominant. And of course, the difference with Berlanga is in terms of being rising stars of 2020, within the boxing community, I think Stevenson was earmarked for success much earlier. Of course, he has the Olympic pedigree. He had his silver medal. He has all the right people around him, right? Andre Ward was his co-manager until very recently. I don't know what happened there. A lot of times he goes into camp with Bud Crawford, Jamal Herring, whom he might even end up facing soon for a title. And he is a Jay Prince investment, as was Andre Ward, as was Floyd Mayweather at some point. So he's really backed by the right people within the boxing community. His amateur pedigree is established. No one doubts that he can box. No one doubts that he has the absolute athletic pedigree, all the twitch muscles that you need, moving in and out quickly, which he demonstrated in that title fight against Joet Diaz, right, in 126. And he is still young too, right? He can, again, this is a boxing cliche, of course, but I want to mention it. He might still be growing into his men's strength as well. So maybe those knockouts will come too, but I think by and large, he is the kind of boxer who would wear down his opponents round after round, break them down, and stop them late. I don't think he's ever going to be a one-punch knockout or one-round knockout kind of fighter anyways. And he's taking the biggest challenges right away.
So you're impressed with his performance, you're happy with his boxing, and you're happy with the way that he performed against his opponent, and he was dominant. So you're
Absolutely
happy with what you're seeing and him getting in a 2021. Anybody else want to cook on Shakur Stevenson before I move on to another fighter? We good?
I mean, I enjoy his game. You feel me? But I find it, vastly, similar to Devin Haney. But Devin Haney, he don't get no credit. But I feel like him and Shakur, their games are very similar. Like Shakur, he stalks you for the knockout. So we should be disappointed when he doesn't get the knockout. Devin Haney doesn't really stalk people. He's not like a Canelo type. Like, he's not stalking people. But, either way, I like them both. That's like Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. That's how I look at Shakur and Devin Haney.
All right, man. So I got a message here.
Hey,
Of the chat. Go ahead.
Hey, Rap Star, I just wanted to say, Shakur's my favorite out of the youngins. Basically, he's a great talent. He's going places and they moving him, the right way as far as they're not just gonna throw him in there to the wolves. But he does have I believe he's ready. I believe he's ready. When he say he's ready for certain fighters, I believe him. He has the pedigree. He's growing. I noticed in that last fight that he just had recently, I was like, look at his face. He's just filling out. So I don't know if this kid is gonna be a welterweight in the end or what. But he's growing and he's coming into his manhood. So his body is growing very quickly. So, I'm seeing the transformation with him. But he's definitely like very smooth. I enjoy watching him fight.
As
Yeah.
you were saying, if you saw him walk walking into that fight alongside Crawford, or walking into that venue, when they stood next to each other, when they were walking next to each other, Shakur has a bigger frame than Bud Crawford. So you can certainly see him in the future, not maybe in the near future, but ultimately in the welterweight division.
Yeah, and he's a talent to look out for 2021 for sure. But I want to talk about the messages are coming in consistently, and I need to talk about the people which are tuned in. Joe DC says, if we're going to talk about big fights, talk about Berlanga has made waves. We already spoke about Berlanga, Joe DC, so this message could be from before, but we did speak about Berlanga, and he's making noise. We want to see him step up. We want to see him get ready for 2021, but he's one of the biggest talents that we're looking out for. And he says, can you please speak about Tim Tszyu? Now, let me tell you about Tim Tszyu. He had a big 2020, didn't he? He beat Jeff Horn, and he put a dent in Jeff Horn. A lot of people said that he beat Jeff Horn more decisively than Crawford, even though it was at 154. And Costa Tszyu's son, Tim Tszyu, is the man in Australia now. He's the number one ranked Australian fighter coming out of there. And he just put a dent in another fighter in the first round, which I've put a video of last week. So we got to speak about Down Under. Tim Tszyu had a big year for 2020. The guy is looking like he's trying to follow his dad's footsteps. It's going to be hard. His dad was a legend for Australian boxing. Let's go to Lisa. Tim Tszyu. You been following him, Lisa?
Hey, wait a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay, DJ Saddam. You been following Tim Tszyu this year?
Yes, it's been a big year for him, and he ended it with a bang. And like you said, it may have been at 154, but he completely broke Jeff Horn. I'm not sure if Horn is coming back after that. And another, by the way, another father-son boxer, I think Conor Benn needs to be recognized.
I'm going to be speaking about him
at
soon.
Some level as well.
I'm going to be speaking about Conor Benn shortly, but I want you to tell me, how do you feel about Tim Tszyu for Australian boxing coming out? He's calling out all the big names now. Is Tim Tszyu flying the flag for Australia, bro?
I think at this moment in time, Australia is very important for boxing as well because of the particular way they handled the pandemic. They actually now have the luxury to have, full venues with all this live gate, the revenue that can be generated from those events. I think that could be a lifeline for boxing. And I know Top Rank is pulling all the strings now to put together an event there that is going to include Tim Tszyu for sure, the Maloney twins, and that may well end up being the coming out party for him. Of course, like you said, he's the number one ranked fighter in Australia now, but that can be his coming out party to the world, on a Top Rank card that will probably involve the king of the lightweight division, Teofimo Lopez, as well, supposedly. So we'll see. I think that he has had a big year, and he can make it to the world stage as well with a bigger opponent, with a more globally recognized opponent in the first quarter of next year. Let's look out for him.
Hey, I'm very impressed with Tim Tszyu. I know he showed us what he Jeff Horn, possibly retired Jeff Horn. And he put a convincing, dominant performance against him. In this particular fight, this guy was highly ranked in New Zealand. He was the number one fighter in New Zealand in that weight. And Tim Tszyu totally demolished him. And, knocked him out pretty brutally in 30 seconds of the first round. I don't watch him now. But Australian was big for boxing in 2020. They had all their crowds out. They definitely had all the venues packed. It didn't seem like it did slow them down. So you know what? Respect Australian boxing, and really, I admire the fights that I saw because of Australia. They hosted quite a lot of events, and they kept boxing alive for 2020. So I'm definitely impressed with Australian boxing, mate, for sure. But here we are with Tim Tszyu, who's going to put in a dominant. As you can see in a second, you'll see how he dominates this opponent. Knocks him spark out in a sec. Seems like a talent coming out of Australia. I want to see some good things for him. Cup, and we'll see some good fights for him in 2021.
Hey, Rapstar. I have a hard time hearing you. It's very choppy, the audio today.
I'm going to come back out and come back in then.
Hey, we're holding the fort here for our friend and brother, Rapstar. I hope everyone is doing well in the chat. Thanks for joining the show. Yeah, I hope when he comes back, he will talk about Conor Benn as well, because as Toby puts it in the chat,
Yeah,
he has an Australian passport too. Of course, his father had moved there and is some sort of preacher now, if I'm not mistaken, right? The legendary Nigel Benn.
Hey, DJ, sit down. Hey, hit the mute button and just so we can see if Rapstar audio get better.
Hey, can you hear me, D Calico?
When we hit the mute button, I was already on mute, but when you hit the mute button, you sound perfect.
Yeah, I'm having audio issues again. Sorry about that. We're having some audio issues all fucking day, really. But, we're trying to keep it cooking and keep it rolling. So can you guys hear me now? Or do you need me to come back out and come back in?
It's perfect now.
Yeah, so look. So we've got the fights together, bro. At the end of the day, there was a few other talents that did come out. We saw talents like Conor Benn. Conor Benn came out against a very highly ranked opponent who gave Sean Porter all his problems all the way till 12th round. Sean Porter was bullying the guy, but Sean Porter couldn't get rid of him. The man, Sebastian Formella, had a fight with Conor Benn, our Conor Benn from London, England. And Conor Benn put a good show on and, stepped up to fight this ranked fighter. I hope you guys have watched it. And I want you to guys give me some breakdown of what you saw in Conor Benn, because he gave a harder beating, some people said, to Formella, or gave him some harder shots where Formella was hurt more than what Sean Porter did. Did you see that fight, DJ Saddam?
I did, and he looked really good. Look, I don't usually like those triangle theories, so I'm not really suggesting just because he beat an opponent in a more convincing fashion, he is necessarily ready to face someone like Sean Porter. But Formella was a legitimate opponent. He was a top 10. And I think Conor Benn stepped up. And he was the dominant force that night. And he made a very good account of himself. I think he's ready to step up again and maybe even fight on the American soil once things start opening up, because I think, you know, these legacies matter. The names matter in boxing, we all know, and they can be detrimental. They can put a lot of undue pressure on you. We have seen that perhaps in the early part of Chris Eubank Jr.'s career. He seemed to have put himself together as well by now. So I'm looking forward to really what both of them will accomplish next year against real contenders in their respective divisions.
Yeah, man, I'm excited for Conor Benn. I want to see some great things for him, and he seems like an improved fighter at the welterweight division. Now, I want to see Josh Kelly versus Conor Benn for a domestic matchup. Go ahead.
Play the video, right?
Yeah, I mean, the boy's been improving as he goes. I want to see some big fights for Conor Benn in 2021. He wants to step up. Let me see if he can handle the pressure and beat someone. If he can deal with Josh Kelly first, he has to have a domestic clash with Josh Kelly. And we will have to see how he moves forward after that.
No, man, you can see he is the Dark Destroyer's son. You know, this is what I like to see.
Yeah,
I'm really looking
he's got the
forward to him
DNA.
stepping up.
He's got the DNA. But let's remember this. Nigel Benn was a different kind of an animal.
You know, he had to atone for something, you know. He had to atone for something. He's a preacher now. So he certainly had a different kind of mentality. He had a different kind of drive within him. And it's hard to carry that over into the second generation, you know, because boxing is in many ways a laboring sport. It's a working man's sport, although we also call it the gentleman's sport. That's why it's always harder to carry this sort of world level success into a second generation. And he will have shown us something very special if he succeeds to do that. And he's giving us some signs already. So let's see where we end up with Conor Benn.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see some exciting things from that young boy in 2021. But, you know, I just want to get to, you know, we've had I wouldn't say the greatest year, but we've had a good year of boxing. And we definitely have had boxing staying alive. You know, the momentum's been there, fights have been made, and some of the fighters have had to take less money to get this entertainment going for us. And I think if there's any other fights that people want us to touch on, just like I've had some messages that people said, don't forget Joe Joyce. We appreciate what Joe Joyce brought to the ring. He showed us what he can do and how experienced he is as a boxer, that people never gave him a chance against a 22-year-old Daniel Dubois. So Joe Joyce definitely going in 2021, hopefully with a great fight himself. But the fight that I really want to see is Joe Joyce against Usyk. That's the fight I want to see. They got a history. Usyk beat him in a tournament. Joe Joyce, he's a different fighter now. Alexander Usyk, he's a different fighter now. If those two can get it in the ring, Usyk never looked that great against Derek Chisora. He looked good enough, but he didn't look great. We know he's a great cruiserweight. Coming into heavyweight, having a fight with Joe Joyce. How do you feel about that? DJ, we go to you, bro.
Hey, look, I have to say, the feat that Usyk is trying to achieve is very special. You know, he insists that he doesn't only want to become a world champion, moving up as the undisputed cruiserweight champion, but he wants to become the undisputed heavyweight champion, as he says. And there's only one man who has achieved that feat in history, and that's Evander, the real deal, Holyfield. So
tell him again, bro. Tell him again. Tell him again.
Evander, the real deal, Holyfield.
Evander, the real deal, Holyfield. There's only one Evander Holyfield, bro. Nobody. If Usyk is not Evander Holyfield, but Usyk is definitely a special talent himself. Carry on cooking, bro.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate the shout out to the real deal. He was himself very special. You know, if you haven't seen him in any way, just watch some tape. Watch his fights with Riddick Bowe, especially. But going back to Usyk, so he has set the bar very high for himself, not only in terms of his achievements in cruiserweight, but also making, you know, these sorts of explicit public statements that he's following in the steps of a real legend, you know, not only a Hall of Famer, but a rare legend in the sport. So I think that's why I have myself found Usyk's performances in the heavyweight division so far somewhat underwhelming. I know it was a replacement opponent last time, but against Chisora too, I think Chisora gave him very significant problems early on in the fight. He seemed to have punched himself out later on, though. I want to believe David Haye. I want to believe that this was not only a very good version of Derek Chisora, but perhaps one of the best that we have seen in terms of how he prepared for this fight, in terms of how he took care of himself. So I want to give some credit to that. And I think that's something that I want to usually reiterate. You know, we don't have a hard time recognizing the winners in this sport, but sometimes we're too quick to brush off those fighters who lose a significant fight. Nevertheless, I think, you know, again, this is his target, right? Usyk's target is not only to pick up some version of the heavyweight title. He wants to become undisputed. So for the kinds of opponents he would face to reach that goal, we're talking about the Anthony Joshuas of this world. We're talking about Tyson Furies of this world. And if Usyk is bringing the footwork, the movement, the jab from the cruiserweight division, Fury has all of them and more, and he is much bigger. And to be frank, Usyk has bulked up as he moved up, and I think he's just slower all around. He's slower, he's heavier on his feet. His activity is less. I haven't pulled up the punch stats, but I don't think his jab is as active as it was when he was breaking all sorts of records in the cruiserweight division.
And that's a fact. And to be very honest with you, I wasn't impressed with his come out. But on that note, we've got to introduce a man that don't need any introduction. Let everybody in the panel know who it is, bro.
You already know it's Punch Wrong Boxing, aka Mr. Moonshine himself. Rap star in the building. Rap star in the building. The man of the UK. The man, the English. My bruv, what's good?
Hey, bro, we're just trying to cook it up today, and we've been online. As you know, yesterday we had a marathon. We overdid your time. We did it to 12 hours. We've dedicated to the YTBC. We're known in the product. We're known in the world. We're just trying to reach the 4,000 hour mark. But we know this, that we keep it grinding, and it's happy holidays. But what I am going to say, I appreciate you coming into the building and bringing some energy to the table. I want to let you know the show is about the top 5 fights of the year, and the top 5 fights got cooked for 2 hours with the chat, with the panel, with everybody. And I just want to run them down for you. Teofimo Lopez, you know, Vasily Lomachenko, that definitely made it, bro. That made it. Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder.
Yes.
All right. Those 2 fights had to make the top 5. Then Zepeda versus Bashek, that made it.
Uh-huh.
And then we had Errol Spence because of his life and death injuries and how it was the biggest comeback. It made it due to the biggest showdown and how he fought Danny Garcia and he never took a tune-up. So a lot of people voted for Errol Spence, Danny Garcia. Then we had, who was the 5th fight? Jamel Charlo, the one that you love. Jamel Charlo coming back, revenging his loss, and then coming back for Rosario.
Oh, that was last year. We're going to count that into this year?
No, this year, sorry. This year he beat Rosario, right?
Yeah.
So they voted him, but we did have fights like, let's just say we had fights like Tank versus Leo Santa Cruz. We've had fights like Joe Joyce against Daniel Dubois. If there's anything what stands out to you, I've got a list of 15. But if you think there's anything that you think stands out to you, please let me know.
Well, like, of course, Vasily Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez.
That's already in there. Nakatani versus what's his name? Nakatani.
I like Nakatani and Verdejo.
We had that voted, but it didn't make it in the top 5.
I like Persoon and Katie Taylor and McCaskill and Breakers. I like.
We talked about Katie Taylor's performance. We had her, but she didn't make it in the top 5. And we had a woman on the panel voting with us. So it didn't happen for her. Javier Fortuna was talked about.
That was an easy fight. That wasn't a.
That didn't make it. So if you think that the list needs a bit of help, I would be more than happy to have your input, because the part 2 show will only concurrent to what we've voted now.
I take the Nakatani Verdejo was a good fight. It was an up and down. You know, one of them got knocked out. He got back up. And when Nakatani was out, his will prevailed.
What about Estrada versus
Estrada, his last fight, that was a good fight.
What about Joe Joyce beat a man with a jab?
That was a good fight.
Yeah, but they don't make the top 5s, bro.
That was a good fight, though. That was a good fight.
Yeah, I mean,
because for me, actually, this guy was winning the fight. In my scorecard, Dubois was winning the fight.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but it hasn't made it in the top 5 due to a lot of people had more achievements within this year. I mean, Berlanga was spoke about for 10 minutes.
I don't think that. I mean, we can't put Danny Garcia and Errol Spence just because what Errol Spence went through. I mean, that shouldn't be.
They said it was the biggest hyped fight. We're talking about the biggest fights for 2020, and they said that a lot of people came on the chat and said that Errol Spence was a big fight due to circumstances and having Danny Garcia on the other side. Unless, I mean, You got to appreciate, though, bro. Usyk and Derek Chisora was a stinker a little bit. Dillian White Povetkin was a big fight, but it went the other way round. That was a huge fight, but it went the other way. I mean, that was a big knockout. Leo Santa Cruz and Tank Davis was voted. A lot of people spoke about that fight.
Nah, man, we can't vote on a fight that ended in the 6th round.
I mean, they said what a knockout, bro. They said no.
So that should be another category of knockout of the year.
And that's why we took it as the top 5, bro. Because that's what we voted. That we said it's not knockout of the year, it's fight of the year. Well, Jamel Charlo took over with the Rosario because of his achievements for the belts, they said. I mean,
yeah. So we could just put that on the fighter of the year.
I mean, it's just hard though, Punch.
If the category of fighter of the year and then a category of knockout of the year or fight of the year, like actual fight, like what was the best fight, I think then those are all different type of categories. You know, that's why I can't give Jamel Charlo and Rosario fight of the year. I mean, that ended in 4 rounds. We can't give like Baranchik and Cepeda. That was a fight.
That was a huge fight.
That was a huge fight. The Wilder and the Fury at least won 7 rounds. You know, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, fight of the year, but I don't think none of the fights was like epic fights that we're gonna remember. We're gonna remember the accomplishments, but we're not gonna remember it as a fight. Maybe the only one that we will remember is we'll remember Tszyu and Loma because that was the biggest shocker for a lot of people. Teofimo outboxing Loma, and then we remember Wilder for
and
his
Fury.
first loss. Yeah, Wilder.
Yeah,
and Fury.
but the Wilder and Fury is kind of like what it looks like at the moment. I mean, Teofimo Lopez is there with the Lomachenko win, but the Wilder Fury seems like the biggest thing what's happened for 2020. How do you feel about that, Punch?
Say it again.
I said Wilder Fury seems like the biggest thing that happened for 2020.
I mean, it was the biggest view fight. I mean, bolt fight. Maybe we could put that. But I still, yeah. In terms of action, yeah. In terms of action, anticipation, the electricity, yeah.
So who do you think? I mean, we've put all this together, but out of this, there should be a fighter of the year for 2020. The fighter of the year, it goes basis on achievement, what he did, and how he brought the whole thing to the boxing world and how he shook the world. So if we go to fighter of the year, what would you base it on?
I'd say fighter of the year is, in my opinion, Tszyu. Tszyu was younger. Tszyu, I think, he was a way underdog in that fight. More people didn't believe that he was going to do what he did. He surprised a lot of people in the world. He accomplished more hardware. I give it to 2 people. Fighter of the year. I give it to Teofimo and McCaskill.
That was a huge upset as well because everyone was expecting Breakers to.
Hey, is my audio working at the moment? Because I'm getting fucking problems, bro. And that's why the show's been up and down with me. Is the audio working now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. So if we go by fighter,
I don't hear you well at all.
Right. Can you hear me now?
I hear you good. On my end.
All right. Can the chat hear me, bro? The chat's been saying I got problems with my audio. But if we talk about fighter of the year, I got 2 big names that stand out. And that's Teofimo Lopez and Tyson Fury. Does anybody disagree with that?
As fight of the year, nah, that's arguably, but it's okay to have it.
Mm. I mean, if anyone else stands next to that, who stands next to that as the third fighter of the year?
Which one?
If we do fighter of the year and we got Fury and we got Tszyu, who else should be right there with him?
McCaskill.
Who?
McCaskill, the one that beat Cecilia Breakers.
Is that you, Lisa?
Yeah, I apologize. A telephone call came in, and you know how when it comes in, you have to get off because it throws everything.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. But you know, we're coming into fighter of the year, Lisa, and I'm so appreciated you helped us hook up the fights of the year. And we've got Teofimo, we got Tyson Fury, we got Zepeda, we've got Jamal Charlo, we've got Errol Spence. I mean, for me, Tyson Fury and Teofimo stands out more than most of them. If anybody wants to tell me what other fighters stand right next to them, please go ahead.
Hey, Punch, how you doing?
What's up, Queen Lisa?
I love your enthusiasm.
How you doing? How you been?
I'm blessed. You bubbly 4:20 in the morning.
I'm always, man. I always got that energy, man.
Yes, you do. So you talking about fight of the year, right?
Yeah, I picked Tio and McCaskill.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow. That's you know what? That's interesting because the ladies never really get that nod.
I mean, that
Um
was that was she got all the bells. She beat probably arguably the best female. She beat the best woman fighter. You know,
yeah.
and I mean she was an underdog. She surprised everybody. So I think that was I think that's two of the biggest wins. Teofimo and McCaskill was the two biggest wins you could say. The biggest wins in terms of accomplishing, beating the odds, surprising
Yeah,
everybody.
but I think Tyson Fury was the biggest thing in far as England. I got to talk for England too, because they couldn't believe how he went there and he dominated what he said he was going to do and took the WBC title away from Deontay Wilder. We can't forget that. We just
Well,
can't.
I think that's one of the top ones, but I just think that with that one, a lot of people already felt after the first fight that he could beat him. You know that. So I mean, the outcome of it, the way that he beat him was big. But obviously, we got to look at other people, so it's hard. It's arguably, depending what you're looking at, how you looking at it, the odds, the performance, um, who they fought. So
Yeah. I'm gonna give it to Tyson and you saw the Ring magazine gave them both um fighters of the year.
Oh, did they?
So yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
So
really?
it's like
They gave
and I
them
hate
fighters of the year.
Yes.
yeah,
I
T.O.
mean,
and Tyson Fury. So I would have to
looks like you've been listening to Rapstar and Lisa and Punch and everyone then. And only chucking.
right.
Hey,
Uh
so I got Tyson
I
and
mean
Theo.
it's
Punch is gonna change it, but Punch, if you had to say two men, because I want to do a show for the women, and I'm gonna make sure you do that show with us, so we can do a show for the ladies. If you had to pick two men, who would you go with?
yeah, To and Fury.
Do you have any objective of that, DJ? Do you have any other names that you would have to put in your top two instead?
Look, man, Tio, I think because it was also his first moment to shine, I think I would put him just like a smidgen above Fury, because Fury had already upset all the odds with his win against Klitschko, where he collected most of the hardware in the division. What he did after, everyone knows the story, and it was quite impressive the way he came back. But he had already also showed us in the first fight that he could actually beat Wilder. Nevertheless, I think the two fights actually have very similar narratives of upset. I mean, Wilder Fury and Lomachenko Lopez. Both fighters, Fury and Teofimo, they beat their opponents in a way that was not really predicted. But I really want to mark out Teofimo for that achievement, especially because of the way that WBC made a mess of things in his division. As even rival promoters recognize at this point, though, Teofimo should be recognized as the undisputed king of the lightweight division. He dominated that fight. He upset the odds. And he has already started creating quite a remarkable legacy for himself for having dethroned a fighter who was a pound for pound king for many.
So does
See,
it?
that's how I feel.
Sorry, go ahead.
I know. It's for the guys because you switched it up, but that's how the same way that he said about Tszyu is the same way that I saw Jessica McCaskill. I mean, she got WBC, WBA, IBF, WBO, IBO. She beat the undefeated 36-0 Cecilia Breakers. I'm sorry, man, but we got to give us some love, man. We got to give us some love.
Oh yeah, I was I mean Punch, you right because Cecilia was getting ready to come close to Joe Lewis's record as far as title defenses. Um
And she and
so
she jumped the weight to face her.
yeah. Yeah. You know what? I always thought about that fight. You know what? My concern with Cecilia was a red flag went up when I saw her uh br- uh not the Jessica McCaskill fight, but she had a fight prior to that and it was under the DAZN umbrella and it was in Morocco, I believe. No, not Morocco. It was in Monaco, in France, and it was
Monte Carlo, right?
yeah,
That's
it
the
was
season.
this real posh place. And you know what sent red flags up? When I saw Abel Sanchez as her new trainer, I was livid
Yeah, Abel Sanchez.
because her old trainer, she had been with him for a long time. Was it Jonathan Banks? And
Yes.
I was like, his style, the way he trains, I just didn't. The way him being a trainer, it just didn't match with her style to me. Cause she's a fighter that fought on angles and stuff, and it just I don't want to blame him, but I just didn't see that being a good fit. Now maybe that's just me, cause he's more of a offensive type of trainer, and she wasn't really that type of fighter. If you get what I'm trying to say, do I sound crazy?
No. Yes, you're very accurate. You're accurate.
Yeah. When I
Well,
saw him in her corner, I was like, "What the fuck is he doing?"
no, I wanna give credit to Punch and Ring IQ really teaching us and keeping us up to date about women's boxing. You know, the reason I couldn't recognize any women boxers is because I'm completely ignorant. I know, of course, Cecilia Brækhus on paper. I know she's the first lady of women's boxing. I know how many times she defended that undisputed title at welterweight, but I can't tell you anything about her fighting style. I can't break down a single fight of hers.
Because
So
women's boxing is suffering. At the end of the day, we're going to have a show about this, and I'm sure Punch is going to touch a lot of subjects about it. And if it wasn't for certain shows, they don't talk about women's boxing. Me and Punch were talking about women's boxing just as a debate, and he was talking to other people on channels, and 4 or 5 people opted out. They said, we're not interested, Punch. Am I right, Punch?
True.
I mean, there's not many channels that can get a following and viewership if you don't talk about current topics that everybody wants to talk about right now.
Right.
And
But the current topics are so, I mean, like, the current topics are like, sometimes people got to do something different. I mean, I'm not a content creator, but it's like all the same thing. It's like kind of like sometimes it's a creativity that comes out of being a content creator, but it's just like the same old story, the same old story. It's just rehash. It's just re.
Recycle. It's just recycle
Recycle,
content.
rehash. It's boring. It's
Lisa,
blasé. It's passe. It's like fucking thumbs down.
they've spoke about the Errol Spence Terrence Crawford fight. About 1 million videos have gone up, but the fight still hasn't been negotiated.
When the damn fight is official, then I'll talk about it.
I mean, just to go back, she defended her unified titles since 2009. She defended it for nearly for a decade, and then she just lost it. And they're gonna fight a rematch too. So everybody look out for that.
What's the biggest shame for us is when we look at women's boxing and we see someone like Clarissa Shields dominating it, and she's hitting the brick wall, and she has to go and fight in the MMA organization to make money, shows us that nobody's interested as much in women's boxing than men's boxing. Women's boxing is so far apart that women's UFC is much more, they say, a much more followed sport for women, where the money is, where the women's boxing can't earn money that much.
Right. Well, women's boxing doesn't have the history yet. I mean, it doesn't have the. It's still kind of new. I mean, you had your Christy Martins and coal miner's daughter, all those people back in the day. Ali, and Wolf. It was quite a few ladies from the past, and then it just kind of died for some reason.
I think it will change.
Two females got in the Hall of Fame at the same time, and Wolf and Layla Ali.
Oh, they did make it?
Yeah, they both made it this year.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
I thought Layla Ali made
that's a good thing.
That's the only one I saw. Layla Ali made it.
Not Ann Wolf made it too.
Oh yeah,
I saw Ann Wolf on the picture. Yeah, but I didn't know if they because it was some people that didn't make it. That's right.
Kodo and
James Toney, yeah. So I mean, you're talking about a sport that's been around since it predates the 1800s. Go back to maybe the 1600s.
Yeah,
I mean, if you want to go back to Tom Malinov and all those people, but I'm just saying, like, women's boxing is still very in its infancy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
it doesn't have the legacy yet. So,
do you think because we're used to seeing knockouts and we're used to seeing sometimes these fighters? I mean, look at Berlanga. He's knocking every single body out. The whole boxing fraternity is talking about him. Do you think it's going to take a woman who's going to come in the sport and have such dominant force? Because men are looking, when you speak to men, they want to see knockouts. And in women's boxing, they don't appreciate certain the actual science behind their fighting, because they want to see something else. Do you think it's lacking something? I mean, let's just be honest about it.
Yeah, it's lacking knockouts, but that's why I be saying Amanda Serrano, the knockout queen, the pound for pound knockout queen, because she's knocking everybody out. She just had a fight this past Thursday. She knocked her opponent out like in a minute, first round. So
Yeah.
she's knocking people out, and I mean Katie Taylor, she just be putting them hands on her opponent. Great combination. Clarissa Shields is a lot of great ladies on the come up. Shout out to also Crew de Jean. She got her belts back. Um, so I think it takes content creators as well to not just give the same recycled content time and time again. Like also try something, try to educate, try to uplift the sport of boxing as a whole, and just not, how many times are we going to talk about Fury and Wilder? Like how many times are we going to talk about Spence and Crawford? It's boring. It's like,
Devin Haney, they talk about Devin Haney. They do with the female. They don't stop talking about it.
yeah,
Yeah, the
like we got.
sport is bigger than just a few people.
Yeah, like we got Chocolatito. They announced Chocolatito versus Estrada, and next week, and we gonna have Ryan Garcia and Luke Campbell. Like there's
Yeah.
there's there's fights, man. We want to see who Regis Prograis might fight next. Is who's Maurice Hooker gonna fight? Somebody is, there's a lot.
I mean, to be really honest, not many people are interested in Maurice Hooker, but they're more interested in Regis Prograis, and that's only because Maurice Hooker, he didn't look too good against Ramirez, and people they know that Regis Prograis was very close fight to Josh Taylor, could have gone either way. So,
But I look at Maurice Hooker like this. Okay,
sorry.
Maurice Hooker might not land as one of the elite fighters, but he could be very well a great fighter to give Virgil Ortiz a good fight, or Boots Ennis. That would be
You
a
mean
good
like a
fight.
great gatekeeper?
Yeah, he could be a good solid gatekeeper.
I mean, that's a fair factor. I mean, Maurice Hooker is still ranked. He's in the top 5 with somebody with governing organizations anyway.
Wait a minute. How old is he?
Maurice Hooker,
Yeah.
he's about 31 or something, I think.
I don't think he's a gatekeeper status yet, right?
I mean, he lost pretty
I mean, I don't think he's
to
gonna.
Jose Ramirez, right?
Yeah, he's in the welterweight division now, but I don't think he's gonna be in the elite welterweight division. But I could see him in the a top 10, but then give these type of young fighters that type of good fight, like Sergey Lipinets versus Virgil Ortiz, things like that. Well, like those are good fights. So we gotta
Right.
respect also the guys that's not elite, but within the top 50, top 10, top ranking.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what's gonna happen with the crop now, because until people start fighting. Well, it's fights being made, but I'm so over the welterweight division.
I mean, you got a great welterweight division out there. It's just that two guys are not fighting. It doesn't mean there's not other great fights out there for you guys. In America, Al Heyman, he has a great camp over there. You got Lipinez, you've got Ugas, you've got Sean Porter, you've got Keith Thurman. I mean, there's fights to be made. It's not like the welterweight division is not popping. It's just Errol Spence and Terence Crawford could make it better, and they're not making it better.
That's why I never want to give them that type of just attention. Like it's them two and then everybody else. Like nah, like Earl Spence. Even if you beat Bud Crawford, you gotta you go. I want to see you fight Thurman. That's not gonna satisfy me and put him as a king of the welterweight division. You beating Bud Crawford and still there's a Manny Pacquiao there. Or you just beating Manny Pacquiao and there's still Bud Crawford and Thurman. It's too deep. The welterweight division is too deep, and then it's deep with young fighters. Like also there's Josh Kelly that's a welterweight. There's Conor Benn that's coming up.
Yeah,
There,
we spoke
and
about
there,
that.
and then there might be
Yeah.
Jose Ramirez that's gonna go to the welterweight division as well. Like, yo, it's deep. It's deep.
I mean, you got to remember this though. We still got this fight coming up by March or end of April. They've already said it in the UK boxing fraternity. Josh Taylor's getting ready to sign Jose Ramirez and for the undisputed,
Oh,
and
okay.
and
Yeah, that's gonna be a good
that's a
one.
huge fight for 2021. That's all the belts,
Yeah,
and these two are
that's a
going
good
in
one.
it. They're giving everything they got for our entertainment for 2021. And I think you guys are going to get that fight in Texas again because of the fans,
Okay.
And Jose Ramirez, I think, trains in Texas too sometimes. I'm not sure, but it said that
Yeah.
he's got some place that he goes over there and trains. But I think the biggest fights are Jose Ramirez, Josh Taylor.
I
Right
think
now,
he is in Riverside with the Garcias, no?
I mean, he trains with Mikey Garcia's older brother, right?
That's right. Robert Garcia.
Hold on,
Yeah.
guys. Let me jump out for a minute.
Okay.
That
Come back, man.
Riverside, is that in California?
Say that again.
Riverside. I thought that was California.
Yeah, Riverside,
Or is it
California.
Texas?
I don't think he's in Texas, Jose Ramirez. I think he
Oh,
trains at
okay.
the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy.
Oh, okay. The RGB. Yeah.
I think what I mean, he must have a big following because I saw some stuff that he had. I mean, I don't know. He's not fought in Texas. But I'm sure he had a training camp. I don't know. I read something once.
I mean, did you see how Canelo walked in Texas? So you can imagine. I mean, I think it would be. We were just talking about this last night as well. How the UK fans bring that energy and numbers into fights, even in the US. And I don't know how many fans, if any at all, Taylor would have if that fight is in Texas. And I think that's a slight injustice to him. I think he has the kind of mentality, both fighters have the kind of mentality who could hash it out even, in a simple boxing gym. Don't take me wrong. But Ramirez will certainly have all of those stands behind him in Texas.
Right. Unless people from the UK fly out and support Josh Taylor.
Well, that's
Well,
not going to happen anytime soon, Lisa, because
oh
already
yeah, because of the
yeah.
lockdown. Yeah.
And the problem is the vaccines are out. They've got millions of vaccines now in Europe, in England, but a lot of people are choosing not to take the vaccine, so they won't be able to travel anyway. The elderly are looking to take the vaccine. The elderly over 75, 85, 80, 90. These are the people which are going to be vulnerable, and they're going to be the first people taking vaccines in the United Kingdom, I think. You speak to a lot of middle age or under 70, they don't want nothing to do with the vaccine right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Um. Well, I think Josh Taylor can rise to the occasion and stand up and give it his all. He's been through the tournament and he came out victorious. He won that very close fight with Regis Prograis. It was a war. He seems to be like a pretty well-rounded guy, and he fights. He's traveled to fight, right?
Who's that? Jose Romero? I mean, Josh Taylor?
Yeah.
He just had a fight recently in America.
Yeah. Where he knocked that guy out
Bob
real quick.
Adams, he fights with Bob Adams in promotion now.
Yeah. So I think he'll do okay as far as he just gotta adapt to the climate over there in Texas. And well, it's the same country. I mean, it's not the same country, but I mean, just get himself acclimated to the weather. and get there early and train and you know, I know it's time gaps or whatever, so but he may be already here in America, so it's this traveling thing is really crazy right now. So it's just so much going on. So we have to be grateful for the fights that we're getting, you know what I'm saying? Because because right now you just don't know where things are at.
No, you don't. And even right now with our venues, the big venues that we have with Wembley and stuff, a lot of fights can't be made because of these current circumstances that we're in. At first, they let you live your life, and then they lock you down again. Then they let you do your stuff
Yeah.
again, and then things are getting bad again, and then they lock you down again. So it's very unstable situations that we're going through in 2020.
Yeah. Look how long. Remember, Dylan White was over there in Spain all of those months. I think it was Spain, right? Or was it Portugal?
Yeah, Spain and Portugal. I think it's Spain.
Yeah, he was over there all of those months and he couldn't get back to the UK, so he was just training over there. This was before the Povetkin fight.
Yeah,
So
I think fighters are going to have to start stepping up, give us the fights that we want in 2021. And they're going to have to either some of them take less money, some of them are going to have to travel to places that they're not comfortable with. But ultimately, if you want to stay in the sport and you want to stay that motivation and you want your fans to be currently watching you, I think it's just where we've adapted to the new. We've adapted, haven't we? I've had to adapt. You've had to adapt. DJ Saddam's had
right.
to adapt. We're all had to adapt with our families in how we're living today, right?
Yeah.
So the athletes have to do the same.
Yeah.
If we're
Come
going to
on.
get the
We
fights,
gotta yeah. It's a lot of athletes that they taking pay cuts. Yeah, they taking pay cuts.
I mean, there's pay cuts, there's ways of negotiating, having a way of making a fight. If you have to travel to Texas because you can't get a fight in New York anymore, and the guys in
Yeah.
Britain can't get a fight in England, then they've got to travel to Texas. They've got to travel to Vegas. They've got to travel where it's got to be a fight now. Um, yeah, we got fights happening in England, but you know what we're talking about? Crossover fights, international fights, where we've always had people who fight world ranking fights. Because of pandemic, they should not be just supposed to fight fighters in their own country. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So hopefully things will start moving. But Australia has been doing tremendously well, just like DJ Saddam said. Australia have been hosting many fights and many events in the pandemic. They've been consistent with boxing. What have you guys got to say? Because Australia has bring us a lot of fights.
Yeah. Yeah. I see Tim Zubin doing his thing.
I mean, what do you think, Rapstar? Could that perhaps be a venue, since Top Rank is trying to put together a card there? Either on that card or depending on that card's success, maybe they might think of putting Ramirez versus Josh Taylor in Australia as well.
I mean, we know that Teofimo Lopez is negotiating a fight for a huge fight against his mandatory challenger with Cambosos in Australia. I mean, Australia seems to be able to host any big event right now, and the pandemic doesn't seem to have affected of them bringing in all their fans and having a live gate. So Australia could be the future if things don't start moving forward in other countries. If that makes any sense to you, DJ Saddam.
Absolutely, and it just also, I don't know if that's too soon for Ramirez and Josh Taylor, or if that's actually part of the negotiations, what's been holding this whole thing up. Because I'm sure they want to move on quickly with that card. That's going to possibly include Teofimo, that's going to include Tszyu, That's going to include the Maloney twins. It would make sense also because they want to marinate or at least suggest that undisputed versus undisputed fight as well, right? That they want to somehow promote within house as a top rank fight. Lopez moving up to face the winner of Taylor Ramirez at 140. It would just make sense to have them fight on the same card first, don't you think?
Yeah, let's ask the guy from Australia himself. Is that you, Jed Cole, from down under? Is that you, Jed?
Yeah.
Is that Jed in the house?
Your sound is breaking again.
Can you hear me now? You can't hear me, can you?
It's a little better, but I can't really hear you well.
All right, ask Jed Cole. Is that him from Australia?
Yeah, I can hear Rapstar. I can hear you, sweet brother. How you going, lad?
Is boxing in Australia still carrying on?
Jed.
Really?
Hey, Lisa, how are you?
I'm
Yeah,
good.
we just had a big fight. Tim Tszyu just had a fight in the stadium here a few days ago. So the crowds are still going at the moment, but there's going to be a decision made about lockdowns tomorrow or the next day. So it's hard to tell what the future really holds for boxing, going into the new year. But at the moment, a few fights have been held in stadiums here. Like Tim Tszyu's fight was in a stadium on Wednesday. But it's hard to tell. I can't tell you how it'll be next year. Who knows where the future will be.
Yeah. So Tim Tszyu is really wow. He is his father's son for real. This
Yeah, he looks like a sweet brother.
Yeah, I mean,
can everybody hear me now?
I know, right?
I had to go back
I know,
out.
but he is the prodigy that everybody has been looking for.
Yeah, he's exactly like his father. He even fights like him to a T. I think the only thing he hasn't got, Lisa, is his father's power. I think that's the only thing he's missing. He doesn't hit anywhere near as hard as his father. Because I watched him fight live a few fights back. I was sitting front row. He's not the biggest puncher, but everything else, the way he fights, the way he controls the ring, he fights pretty much exactly like his dad.
Yeah, I watched some film on him. I like what I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, just missing the power that his dad had.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm having some bad fucking audio issues today.
What's the issue with that, with the audio? What's going on with it?
I don't know, man. It's like people say that they can't hear me sometimes on the chat, and then when I
can
come
hear.
out, and I
can hear you now, brother. Yeah, we can hear you now, I think.
I think my iPhone XS Max gets too hot, and then I have to leave it somewhere where it's really cold on like a cool table or something.
You sound perfect now. I can hear you fine now.
Yeah, so I just want to ask you.
Sometimes you may have to do tests. You see how these people that do live, they do these tests.
Yeah, something like that. But anyway, we keep it cooking right now. So Australia has been bringing boxing to us in 2020. And it seems to us that if things don't start moving, like Jed said, Australia might be changing their laws because tomorrow they're changing things as they're going as well. And,
new rule tomorrow.
And I just want to know, just like the UFC went and built an island, didn't they, in Abu Dhabi, didn't they?
Fight Island. Fight Island in Abu. I think it was off the coast of Abu Dhabi.
I think boxing, if things don't get better.
Oh, nice.
If things don't get better for us, let's say in 2021, where do you think the next big boxing place is going to be for us?
Well, that's a big question. I mean, what did Eddie Hearn have? He was having fights in his backyard, and they were regulated pretty strongly. I mean, that's the only thing I'd think of, something like that. But or to have an island. But I don't know if anyone will throw money behind boxing like that. How Dana White did with the UFC. Like, I don't know, maybe they need some Russian billionaire or something to put on. I don't know where it's going to go, man. It's not looking good though.
Yeah, I just hope our sport don't get, suffer. 'Cause we've just about got it going in 2020 and 2021. It seems like a lot of the events can't be made, Lisa, is because they're not sure about what's going to happen at that point in time. So they've only got to go by what's going on now.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. If things don't get no better, they're gonna be fighting in backyards for real.
Yeah,
I hope
100%.
I hope it don't get that bad that our boxers might have to wear a mask and fight.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck
going back
that.
Kimbo Slice stuff, man. It's crazy right now.
Yeah, I mean it's a different world we live in. We don't live
Yeah,
in the same world that we were in, and
The new world started this year, 2020. A whole new world order started this year. Yeah, by the looks of it.
yeah, pretty much. Crazy.
I mean, at the end of the day, does anybody have any predictions for 2021? Because we didn't expect this to happen. Like my son hasn't gone to school, Jed, for the whole year. Both of my kids have not gone to school.
That's insane. Yeah, that's mental, when you think of it like that.
My amateur gym, the amateur gym, a lot of them national fights haven't happened. My older son, who wants to go training, the gym closed, it opened, it closed, the boxing gym opened, now it's closed again. So things are really not that good. I'm just saying.
Nah, things are fucked up. Things are fucked up at the moment, man. Things are real fucked up in the...
Yeah, and it's messed up for these children because they're not getting the exercise that they need to, and not just that, the socialization, socializing with other children. I mean, it's so impersonal on this Zoom or whatever, so you still have to socialize them. It's kind of like an isolated, it's like living in isolation, kind of, sort of. It's just so how the world is,
So this
it's
year,
kind of weird.
Well, you know what? It's like they're...
Sorry, this year, the Christmas is not going to be the same for us. We're not going to be going anywhere for Christmas to see other people. They're going to lock it down. The elderly won't have their loved ones on Christmas Day if it gets overcrowded. People are going to spend Christmas on their own, some people. This is not what we were expecting. We were told by all the people in the beginning that the world will go back to normal by
all lies.
August. But this Christmas, they're telling us to stay away from each other. What kind of fucking
lies.
Christmas is this? When we have to share the love and the spirit, and they're telling us you can't go and see your loved one. What kind
on
of
a religious holiday as well? On a religious holiday as well, they're pulling that. It's like they're trying to break religion at the same time. Kill the morals of religion to pull that on a religious holiday. The Jesus' birthday. It seems like a signal almost. Symbolic.
Yeah, it's really sad. Yeah.
And like you were saying, Lisa, like the young new generation need to socialise. This is just going to have them more addicted to technology, and more controlled by computers and phones and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we're just
lucky.
You
can't. I mean, you can play kickball online. I mean, it's nothing like playing it in it's this Minecraft stuff. All this, it's just different.
My 6-year-old nephew knows how to use a computer better than me. My 6-year-old nephew's knows how to use this better than me. That's how they grow up with it. It's just part of their life now. It's completely controlled by technology. The new generation.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
And it's very hard. You know why we're in such a bad place right now? I mean, I'm from England. Jed Carl's from Australia. Lisa, you're from America. I think DJ
East Coast.
From California.
But Lisa's definitely from the East Coast with that accent.
Yeah, and the world. We're all from different parts of the world, but we're in a different part. It's a new.
Where did you say I'm from, Jed Carl?
East Coast for sure.
Oh yeah, East Coast. Yep.
Yeah, 100%. You sound like Queen Latifah.
Yeah, I'm from New Jersey too. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, New Jersey, New York. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, we're living in
Yeah.
a different world right now. It's a different world to what it was a year ago, and we're just getting adapted to get to the new normal. But what is the fucking new normal? Because they're changing things as they keep going, right? We're not able to go to venues to watch boxing events, but we're lucky we got some pay-per-view models or Sky Sports that we're able to watch with BT Sports, and boxing has stayed a little bit alive. But
Yeah.
if things don't get better, we could be losing boxing in front of our eyes, some of it.
I know. You know what? Since I've been, when I was growing up, boxing was a huge, and I'm not saying it is still not. Boxing was big. When I say big, it was everywhere. The athletes was on the cereal boxes, the way the Olympics was huge. It's the boxing team. Everybody was really like, when Sugar Ray Leonard came up. So over the years, I've noticed now, like on ESPN, like I'm not talking about like when they do the top rank cards, but boxing, uh the topics of boxing is pretty much, it's getting smaller. Like they say, it's become like a niche sport. It's not the, like, even in the newspaper. Like I remember a long time ago, it would be in the newspapers and everything. It's like real small. If you could find it, it's like kind of obscure now. So it's kind of sad how, how the sport has been it's just getting, I don't know when that happened, but it's just sad to see that. And then we have all of these platforms now and networks that bring us boxing, and we have the ESPN, we have the ESPN Plus, we have uh PBC Fox, Showtime. I mean, not Showtime. Yeah, Showtime. We have the Zone and all these different Sky Sports, BT Sports, what's the other one? MTK Global. Do they put on boxing matches?
Oh yeah, they do a lot of cards, and they got fighters all around the world. They've even started to sign fighters here
Yeah,
in Australia.
they're
They've
Yeah.
got fighters in
I s-
USA, England.
yeah, I saw
So they,
what's his name? He signed with them. The kid that beat Tevin Farmer.
yeah. Oh, did he sign with
Yeah.
MTK?
Yeah, Jojo Diaz, he signed with them.
Yeah, they've got some serious there's some mafia connections with MTK. I won't go into it, but they got some serious connections.
Well,
Yeah.
Robert Garcia, apparently, the trainer, signed a deal with MTK Global to become an ambassador for them as well. I don't know what that means, but maybe he will
Oh, okay.
recruit fighters for them in California from his base.
Jed Carl,
Okay. So they're like a management company then.
hey Jed, do you have the zone in Australia?
Nah, we don't have the zone yet. It hasn't come here either. What about it's? I heard it. Is it in England yet?
No, I mean it's coming now, but we've got a Sky Sports, which is the major player, and we got. But who's your channel that you watch all your boxing on in Australia?
It usually comes on ESPN or one of the Fox Sports channels. But a lot of the fights here are on pay-per-view. So but it's because the fights here on a Sunday day. A lot of the time we'll go out to a bar or something and watch them because they usually come on about 2 or 3 o'clock. Like at Sunday, that's what times the fights from America come on here. So I usually go out for a day out and watch the fights. I'll go to a bar, have something to eat, and a couple of drinks and watch the fight. That's usually what I do when I watch a big fight here in Sydney.
Okay. So ESPN seems to be the big leader in Australia, yeah?
Also, I just want to go back a little bit. How Lisa was saying how big boxing used to be. Like, she's from the East Coast. Look at all the great fights they had back in the 80s. Muhammad Kawi, Saad Muhammad, all them great fighters. Like, even Muhammad Kawi fought a number one contender fight in a New Jersey state prison, Railway Prison. That's how big the sport was. he had a number one contender
I
fight in
remember
Rahway
that
Prison.
fight. Yeah,
It's on YouTube now if anyone wants to go look at it. Crazy, eh? That's how big the sport was
yeah.
in America back in the 80s. That's how popular it was.
Hey, Lou Duva used to put on some great cards. I was watching. We was talking about earlier on Jaleeks about Marvin Hagler and B Hop's career, but
Yeah.
when Marvin Hagler fought like the Wilford Scipions and all of them, those what's his name? Lou Duva put on a lot of good
Yeah,
cards
Lou
back
Duva had
in Atlantic City.
Yeah.
Lou Duva was a trick though. Lou Duva used to run in the ring and I was watching, you know what was so funny? You know what I was watching last night? I was dying laughing. I was watching Evander Holyfield versus Riddick Bowe 1.
Oh, legendary
And
fight. That's one of the best heavyweight fights ever.
yes. And Lou Duva and Rock Newman got into it in the
Yeah, I remember
beginning
him.
because Lou Duva said they had too much Vaseline on Holyfield's head. No,
Lou Duva had heaps.
Rock Newman got mad because they said they put too much Vaseline on Holyfield's forehead. It was crazy.
Lou Duva had heaps. He had Pernell Whitaker. He had I remember he had Arturo Gatti for a bit. Lou Duva had heaps of fighters back in the 80s and 90s. Meldrick Taylor had a host of fighters.
And Lou Duva, remember when Lloyd Hunnigan fought? It was somebody he fought.
Yeah, I've seen that
Lou
fight, the one in
Duva
England.
came running across the ring. That was crazy.
Yeah, I've seen that fight. Yeah, that was a fight in England against an American fighter. I have seen that on YouTube. Yeah,
I remember that guy that he fought. Yeah. Those were, to me, those were the really, those fights were just crazy.
Yeah, the golden era for sure. That was a golden era of boxing in the 80s and 90s.
I mean, we spoke all boxing today, Lisa, but nobody mentioned that the biggest, not shock, but the biggest event was Mike Tyson and Roy Jones.
That shows you how boxing, because the young fighters aren't fighting each other. If this was the 80s, no one would give a fuck about two old fellas fighting. Because these young lads aren't doing their thing, you got two 55-year-olds getting all the attention. Because the young fighters won't get in there and put it on the line. They're fighting once or twice a year. And that's what, you know, like back in the day, no one would care about two retired fighters getting in there. But that shows that the lack of elite competition at the moment, that two old guys could get that much attention.
You know what? You're right. And I was saying this earlier on Jaleek's. See, I think a lot of today is different. The landscape is different. See, you have social media famous, and then you have real famous.
Yeah, that 100%.
See, you could be famous on social media, but that doesn't equate to being a legend, a household name. Just because you're popular on social media don't mean you have a household name. And I've heard some people say, well, that person is a household name. No, they're a social media, but you know when you're a household name when your grandmother knows the person.
Exactly. Everyone of all ages and races and nationalities knows who you are, not just people in a little internet community, you know, an internet bubble.
Right. Because Mike and you know Mike Tyson is very known.
Oh, he was global superstar.
Listen, he was big when he came out. Remember how huge he just? I remember when he came out. It was just like an explosion.
Well, I wasn't alive. I was born when he actually around the time he lost to Buster Douglas. But I go back and see how much of even to this growing up, what a global superstar he was. You know. Like
I remember when that fight happened, the world stopped.
Yeah.
I don't mean to say it like that, but the melancholy, because people was in awe. They was in shock. They was like, they couldn't believe it because he was just so invincible. He was a machine.
Yeah, I was only 1 year old. I couldn't remember, but I remember like when I was a kid with the Holyfield fight. I remember how big that was. I was only 7 or 8 years old, that was one of the first fights I ever watched. That was like a super fight down here in Australia. Tyson was a global icon, like no doubt about it. One of the biggest sports stars ever.
Yeah,
I mean, you know that
I
Tyson's
remember
coming
Ali
back.
too.
Tyson's coming back with another charity match in 2021.
Who now? Who's he fighting now?
Probably Evander Holyfield.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I mean, somebody put a message earlier. Lisa, somebody put a message saying, when you stay at home so much, people have changed their thoughts now because they've been at home so long and the world has been nearly destroyed in front of their eyes. Some people have changed the way they think. They don't mind coming in the ring at 50 plus or 52, 53 now. What do you think about that?
I don't know. You know, I'm not a fighter, but I think that fighters always have a fighting spirit. That even though they may have been retired for so long, but they still have that in them. Look at Chavez Senior. He still got the fighting spirit in him, and
He does.
he still, you know, he fights. They
Yeah,
may
you could
not be
tell he.
long. I mean, they may be like little exhibitions or 3 rounders, but it just goes to show you that he just got that fighting spirit. Like Roy Jones had it. Roy Jones, Roy Jones stayed way past the expiration date, but he still had that spirit in him.
Yeah, like you could tell Chavez wants. You could tell he wants to fight it. Like he'd fight at the drop. Like any minute he's ready to fight, even now in his old age. Chavez is just a natural fighter through and through. It's like he's ready to fight even now at all times.
Yeah,
Yeah, like when an interviewer's asking him an annoying question or something, you can tell he wants to fight an interviewer that asks him the wrong question. He's just a natural fighter. It's in him. It's
yeah.
just in his blood.
So I heard somebody talk about the Hector Camacho, Macho Camacho documentary earlier.
Oh, that was excellent. I saw it last night.
Did everybody?
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet.
Because I'm gonna watch it in about a couple hours.
Oh,
What a special talent he was. At 130, he was amazing. At 130, you wouldn't pick many fighters in history to beat Camacho at 130. At 130, he was blazing, just a ridiculous talent. One of the fastest fighters I've ever seen, and just naturally gifted boxers. At 130, he was a true phenom. Even at 35, he was incredible. At those weights, super featherweight and lightweight, he was an amazing fighter.
oh yeah, I remember him. I remember him well. Um, he when he came through in those costumes, he, you know what? It was kind of like, you know. And then here's another guy too that goes under the radar, and I always mention him. Nobody gives my boy any love. Or hey, Paez,
Paez, the clown.
Paez,
He was from the circus in Mexico.
yeah,
He used to be in the circus, and then he become a boxer.
Hey, Jed Carl's a hardcore boxing fan, isn't he? He's hardcore, bro.
yeah. Listen,
Hey,
when
listen. After Hector Camacho, you can't mention it on my panel. If you got it after you speak about him, please let DJ speak about him, then Jed, and then I want to speak about him because he was a big fighter that I watched, and he was one of these fighters that I would like to at least say something nice about if you're going to talk about him, you know?
No worries.
who Camacho?
Yeah, if you're going to talk about him, let's go to DJ after you, Lisa. So what did you think about Hector Camacho, Macho Camacho?
First of all, I did watch that documentary the night it came out on Showtime. It's well worth your time. I think you should watch it today. You should have watched it yesterday. It's a great documentary too. And, you know, Camacho brought so much in terms of his unique skills and killer instinct into the ring, of course. But he brought also so much of entertainment, so much of buzz, so much of his Puerto Rican pride, so much of his pride in Spanish Harlem, and he was really someone special. Of course, parts of his lifestyle caught up to him later, but no one can neglect what he has accomplished at 130. By the time I think he faced Chavez Sr., he was basically a shell of himself, but he still showed a lot of heart even in that fight. And this documentary really, without giving any spoilers, delves into some of those secrets that were going on before the fights, sometimes right before the fights, in between the fights, how he tried to come back time and again, and everything, all the mysteries and questions that surround his death as well. But really, of course, you have to recognize him as an athlete, and don't take me wrong, this is not to in any way slight that accomplishment. I think that doesn't even need my endorsement, but I can't think of a Nassim Hamed or Floyd Mayweather without Macho Camacho, right? Without his animal print shorts, without the flurries he stepped into the ring with, all these majestic entrances and costumes and choreographies. It's hard to think of all the showmanship that was brought into the sport, all the entertainment that was brought into the sport, all the public attention that was brought into the sport without Camacho. And I think that's the kind of character we need at this time as well. Of course, he had a particular energy with live audiences, but we need characters like this in boxing even more so today, I think. We love the Errol Spences of the world, the soft-spoken killers in the ring. They leave their business. Bud Crawford is the same. He doesn't hype himself up. He even gets a flack from his promoter for that. Andre Ward, before he retired, he was my favorite fighter and certainly the number one pound for pound for me. As much as I appreciate their characters and what they bring into the sport in terms of skill, in terms of achievement, we need more Macho Camachos today. We need someone to remind us when you step into the ring, it's macho time.
But if I'm not mistaken, my older brother told me, he said, Rapstar, I need to watch Macho Camacho versus Ray Boom Boom Mancini. He said that Macho Camacho had huge fights with many, many guys in those 80s. Did you watch the fight with Macho versus Ray Boom Boom Mancini?
No, I did not actually. Remind me.
I'm just saying he had big fights with many guys in the past, and they're fights that I want to watch. And after this documentary, I want to go back and watch his career because he, I never watched many of his fights apart from when he fought Chavez Sr., didn't he?
Yeah, I'll tell you his best performance, Rapstar. Bazooka Le Mans, when he wins the title, he was only about 22, 23. That was just blistering performance. And when he won the lightweight title against Jose Ramirez had just knocked out Rosario and was a very dangerous fighter. And Camacho moved up and just schooled him. He was incredible in both of them fights.
Edwin Rosario, right? Huh? Jed Kyle. Hello?
Jed, can you hear Lisa, Jed?
Nah, I couldn't hear Lisa then. Wait a minute. Give me a minute, though. Yeah, I might be able to hear her now.
Can you hear each
Yeah.
other?
Yeah, I can hear Lisa. I can hear Lisa now.
Yeah, Edwin Rosario. Yeah, Jed, why you take my fight now? I'm gonna fight you.
No, I don't want no
Take my
trouble.
fight. You took nah. It's all love.
No, I'm joking. I'm just joking, Lisa.
You took my fight. You took my fight from me because I was gonna say I remembered when he was over there in Puerto Rico and he fought Bazooka Lamone, and that
Yeah,
was
that's
a
right.
beat down.
He looked amazing in that fight, Camacho. He absolutely destroyed him. That's what I'm saying. At 130, 35, Camacho was special. And also,
I
like...
gotta be honest, I did when I was coming up in my boxing game. I saw Oscar De La Hoya. If I'm not mistaken, Oscar De La Hoya put a beating on Mark.
Yeah, Camacho was washed though at that stage. Camacho was never the same, especially after the Chavez fight. Chavez put a vicious beating on him. And Camacho was never at the elite level after the Chavez fight, and that was like early 90s. And De La Hoya fight was years later.
Yeah, I see De La Hoya put a beating on Camacho, but then it wasn't fair because Camacho was in his, like you said, wasn't in his best days anyway.
Not his best weight class either. Camacho was best at 30, 35. Lightweight, super featherweight, lightweight.
But if we're not mistaken, Camacho put an end to Sugar Ray Leonard's when Sugar Ray Leonard came back from a long retirement.
That's true. That's correct.
Camacho was one of the guys who stopped or knocked Sugar Ray Leonard out, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they were both kind of past it. That was a fight that
he was 40.
For Sugar Ray Leonard, he should never have come in the ring.
No, he shouldn't have. That was a terrible sight to see.
Yeah, I mean these were fighters that we don't talk about much. Rest in peace, Camacho.
100%. And I just want to say one thing. What the other fella said. Without Camacho, the entrances, he was so influential with that. There would be no Prince Nassim, no Mayweather, no McGregor. He started all that showmanship and really bringing character to the sport. He was a pioneer in that aspect. So without Camacho's entrances and flair outside the ring, there'd be no Prince Nassim, no McGregor, no Mayweather. He really brought that to boxing. So he's definitely a legend and really a pioneer for the sport.
I remember his son was
Jorge Paez. He was doing that too.
Who? Yeah, him too. Yeah, him too. Jorge Paez. Jorge Paez.
He was out there with those costumes.
Do his backflips and that after the fight.
Yeah.
He used to do his backflips and that after the fight.
I mean, they say that Roberto Duran was one of the best fighters at 135. Would you guys agree?
He was. 100%. Yeah, best fighter at 135 ever.
Some people said that they would have loved to have seen Roberto Duran in his prime against Camacho.
Great fight, but I think Duran would stop. Not stop him because Camacho is tough, but Duran would put a beating on him in the later half of the fight and win a pretty comprehensive decision over 15 rounds. Duran was too good at lightweight.
Yeah, I mean, Duran was another guy which was in his own level when he was in the 135 division. I watched some
ultra
of his
special.
Fight, and he put a beating on people. He put a beating on champions at that time.
Oh, yeah. Even the way he moved up and played. Carlos Palomino was a really dominant welterweight champion, and he just lost the belt to Benitez, and Duran went up and played with him like a lightweight. He just went up and played with it with a very good welterweight. That's how good Duran was.
Yeah. I remember that Pepino Cuevas fight.
Another welterweight. Yeah, he battered him, destroyed him.
That was good. That was
vicious.
I mean, we also have a fighter that you guys never speak about. We never hear about him, but he was a dominant force. His name is Edwin Valero. Rest in peace in Edwin.
Venezuela. Yeah.
And
he was a beast.
Edwin Valero. And rest in peace, Edwin Valero. I would like somebody to talk about him, and whoever wants to talk, let's go to DJ first. Edwin Valero.
What kind
of force and a talent he was to boxing.
We lost him too early, didn't we? What was his knockout streak?
I mean, he
27.
Yeah, go ahead, Jed. Just tell everybody, please, Jed, who Edwin Valero is for all the casuals who didn't know who he was, bro.
He was a special talent. He was a vicious boxer puncher from Venezuela. I think his record was 27 wins, 27 knockouts. And I think he would have been something special. I thought he was the next big thing before he passed. I mean, there was rumors of him beating up Eric Morales, beating up De La Hoya in sparring. Like, he was like a gym legend in California. And him and Pacquiao was the super fight down the line. But like my man just said just then, he was taken to, he left too early, and the boxing world was robbed of a superstar that would have given us some incredible fights. I think he would have been an all-time great. I believe he was as good as they say he was. He just never had a chance to
Did he
prove
not
it.
knock out every single body he fought? He knocked him out, right?
He did. That's correct. Yeah, he did. Yeah, no one lasted distance with him.
Lisa, did you watch Edwin Valero?
Yeah, yeah, I remember him. I remember him. I didn't. At one point, I wasn't watching fights. And then I started back watching them. So I heard about him. And I started, watching his fights or whatever. So I kind of missed him during his time, but I was able to, watch some of his fights, and he was incredible.
He was, yeah, he was a great fighter.
He was, he was so young,
He had a
He died so
beautiful wife.
young.
He had a beautiful wife.
Only in his 20s. Yeah, only in his 20s when he passed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like Salvador Sanchez, so young.
Yeah, so I'm so glad you
Yeah.
spoke about Salvador Sanchez, because the chat is telling me, can you please speak about Salvador Sanchez? Now, what a talent did we lose to the boxing world? Salvador Sanchez. Please, somebody talk about him.
Well, he already achieved greatness even before he passed. He beat undefeated Gomez, undefeated Azuma Nelson, beat Denny Red Lopez twice. He already had a Hall of Fame resume, and he died 22, 23. Like, so he already did that at that young age. Imagine what he would have went on to do. Him and Chavez are probably the two greatest Mexican fighters ever, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, I'm gonna say one thing that might be a little controversial, and I don't mean it as a disrespect, but just as an analogy, you know, when you think of Sly Stallone, right? He won the Oscar with that first Rocky movie, and then he came out with Rambo. And at that point in time, in terms of Hollywood, he was the king of the hill. He was the next best thing since sliced bread. And we are not wishing death on anybody. But if he were taken at that time, God forbid, he would have stayed as a legend in the annals of history. So, you know, as sad as it is to have lost fighters, legends like Edwin Valero, Salvador Sanchez, so early in their life, they have also left us such a great record, both of them, such a great account of themselves that will always be cherished in that perfect way, right? We're always going to remember Salvador Sanchez as one of the biggest Mexican fighters. We will never see him fall down from that heights. Same thing with Valero. His knockout streak is never going to end. That's it. And it's there forever. So, you know, as sad as it is, there's also something to be appreciated in that, as long as we keep reminding what they have achieved and what they already had in their sights as well. Because Valero, a vicious southpaw, he had become a champion at 126. He had become a champion at 130. And I think by the time he was put to jail for the suspicion of allegedly murdering his wife, and where he committed suicide, he had already vacated his title at 135, I think, to move on to 140. So
I think so. Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
So, you know, look at what they achieved. Look at what they already had in their sights.
Because when he vacated, didn't Adrian Broner, once he died, fought for the titles that he vacated.
Yeah, I think he did a year or two.
So.
Like, I think DeMarco won it, and then Broner beat DeMarco for it, if I can remember correctly.
I see, yeah, something like that. But in any case, yeah, that was my point. You know that.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I agree.
In terms of what they left, in terms of their record in the sport, it's something to be appreciated and applauded and remembered, and it will stay with us forever.
But if we're gonna talk about our great fighters that we lost, we've got to also mention Arturo Gatti, who died and left us early. He died early. He gave us wars. We can never forget about Gatti's wars and how he gave us all that entertainment as boxing fans from around the world.
Yeah, I agree. Johnny Tapia too, as well.
Yeah, Johnny
this guy-
Vernon Forrest. Vernon Forrest was a world champion before he got shot in Atlanta, Georgia.
One of the best jabs I've ever seen in boxing, Vernon Forrest.
Yeah, tell all the casuals and the young people who've never heard of Vernon Forrest or even knew he was in boxing. Let them know, bro.
Well, I'll just tell them, go on YouTube, watch when Shane Mosley was undefeated. Watch how jab and a beautiful timing can just neutralise speed and athleticism in boxing, because that's what happened in that fight. Vernon Forrest, through his jab, his timing, and just basic fundamental boxing, shut down Mosley, who was probably arguably pound for pound #1 at the time, and giving him an absolute beating.
Yeah, Vernon Forrest.
From what I heard, he beat him in the amateurs too. He did too.
He did. That's right.
That style was just a bad style matchup for him.
For Shane, he had Shane's number.
Let me tell everybody a story. Years and years ago, Roger Mayweather used to train with Vernon Forrest. Years and years ago, Roger Mayweather used to move with Vernon Forrest. And when Mayweather was coming up, Roger Mayweather never wanted to match up Vernon Forrest with Mayweather. There was a saying that Vernon Forrest wanted that fight, but the Mayweather camp never looked at it.
He would have gave Floyd problems. That would have been a tough fight.
Yeah, so Vernon Forrest, if anyone's watched Vernon Forrest, go back on YouTube, go put respect on his name. He's put a lot of fights together for all the fans. And if I'm not mistaken, he's the one who beat Sergio Mora and put him into retirement, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken, but I think he beat Sergio Mora for the world title. And that was before he died. Second world title. But also, we've had...
No, the Black Mamba knew what he was looking at, so...
Who?
Like he said, the Black Mamba...
Roger Mayweather.
I don't know shit about boxing. But I tell you this, they know.
No, they know, yeah.
The Mayweathers have very good eyes. And they know boxing.
They're geniuses when it comes to the sweet science. They understand boxing at a high level.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to appreciate both of those uncles. All the brothers were boxers. And Floyd Mayweather was part of the fraternity as a little baby. So, yeah.
That's why Mayweather's a prodigy, you know, that he was the prodigy that he turned into. They turned they turned Floyd into just the ultimate scientist in the ring.
Yeah, but we can never forget that the boogeyman for everybody was Sugar Ray Leonard. He beat all of them in his time.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's arguably one of the greatest fighters ever.
Oscar beat Jeff Mayweather.
Yeah, I actually saw that. Yeah, I did see that on YouTube. I didn't know they fought till a few years ago. But yeah, Oscar beat him in a couple of rounds. I don't think Jeff was quite as good as Roger or even Floyd Sr.
No. But Floyd Jr. is the baby that Jeff and Senior Floyd and Roger had.
Yeah, they all created this ultimate boxing scientist, yeah.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, right, Lisa, his dad had him in his hand and he got shot and they just missed Floyd and they shot his dad.
And I remember his dad saying that.
Yeah, apparently afterwards, when his dad was close to him and he was going to the Olympics, his dad got put in jail, and that's when Roger stepped in more and gave him a one-on-one as a dad and a son. Is that true?
That could be, yeah, because I remember hearing Floyd Senior say that story, and also Roger was a great fighter himself. Like, you know, he was a really high-level fighter back in the 80s.
Right. Yeah, I think Floyd was living in a foster system at one time, I believe. And I think because Floyd wasn't listening or whatever, I don't know, so his uncle was trying to help out, but how kids are, how teenagers are, they don't want to listen, so but eventually he came back and he was there. He was his first trainer, and his dad wasn't around at the time. He was still incarcerated. To a kid for some drugs. But basically, Roger, because I remember Floyd's earlier fights. I remember his first fight and watching it, and Roger was there. Then I kind of vaguely remember when Floyd Senior came home. I think he was like at the not Castile, Corrales fight.
That's one of the greatest masterclasses in boxing history. Floyd was phenomenal that night. He absolutely schooled Corrales. Incredible performance that was.
That was just a masterpiece. Yes.
I watched that back. I watched that over and over again, and can't believe someone could box that well.
And he was only 23 years old, right?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, it's
see
crazy.
The hand speed he had.
And the timing, the ring IQ, like Corrales was a dangerous motherfucker. Like he was a beast at that weight, and Mayweather made him look like a club fighter.
Yeah.
Just that's how good Floyd was, you know.
And the beating Floyd put on Arturo Gatti since
one of the biggest beatings ever. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was vicious.
Yeah, it was.
That was vicious, man.
I mean, for me,
reflexes.
I mean, for me,
Floyd was the type of fighter. Floyd is the type of fighter. If you do anything, if you leave the slightest margin of error, he would capitalize off of it.
Yeah, and his reaction times are like that.
One thing, and he clocked him. Boom. And he went down. You can't even look down with Floyd or slightly look left, or he would get you.
Yeah, his reaction times are like split second. So a fighter like Gatti who does make a few mistakes, it was just Floyd was always going to butcher him. You know, it was going to always be a painful beating because, like you said, Gatti makes a few errors, and Floyd's just so quick to see him that it was like a buffet for Floyd. He could just take whatever he wanted in that fight.
Right. I think that was Floyd's first pay-per-view. Yeah.
It was because Gatti was actually the A side in that fight. Because Gatti had a few fights on pay-per-view and was a bit of a star, especially like you being from New Jersey, Lisa. I'm sure you know he was quite popular in Jersey.
Here in, it's a distance from me over here in Atlantic City, the casino.
He used to come out to the Sopranos song, Lisa. I remember Gatti. He used to come out to the Sopranos entrance. That was great.
Yeah, I remember he was a huge star over here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't he? He wasn't one of Lou Duva's fighters, was he?
No, he was. Yeah. He started out with Duva because he he was a Lou Duva fighter at first because he used to be in the same camp as Whitaker and Holyfield in the 90s. So he did start under Lou Duva. Yeah, he did.
Right. Yeah, Lou Duva was with a lot of people. He was with Galata. That's a fool. Galata was a damn fool. You want to see some hilarious fights? You want to laugh at night? Just watch Galata's fight. I don't know what was wrong with that man.
What about Galata's face? Do you remember his face when Lewis dropped him?
Yes.
When Lennox Lewis dropped Galata, the look on his face was hilarious.
Oh yeah. You know what was a funny one too? When he fought Mike Tyson and the trainer. It wasn't Lou Duva at the time. It was the other guy.
I think Galotto might have been on the pipe or something for that Tyson fight. He looked weird. Looked like he'd been smoking crack or something before it.
Yeah, and then he quit or whatever, and then the trainer was trying to put the mouthpiece back in his mouth, and then he pushed it away.
Maybe crystal meth. The crystal meth's pretty popular in Poland.
But you know,
I don't know, man.
He wasn't right though, that's for sure.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, since I've had this channel, I get a lot of people who tell me about the welterweight era for the 80s. I know that the welterweight era in the 80s was hot. We had Sugar Ray Leonard, Roberto Duran, Thomas Hitman Hearns, and Marvin Hagler. These guys these guys put the sport on the map. But if you look at my era in the 90s, those guys were just as big, if not bigger. Roy Jones, James Toney, Michael Nunn, Reggie Johnson, Nigel Benn. These guys were huge. Chris Eubank
Wallace
Jr.,
Starling, Donald Curry.
I mean, the welterweight era of boxing has been the golden age for us. I don't know how you guys feel.
Simon Brown, that was another wicked welterweight fighter. Remember Simon Brown?
Right?
He lost to Marlon Starlin beat him, I think, and but he went on to win a belt. He went on to knock out Terry Norris at 54, but that was another great welterweight.
Was Buddy McGirt
Yeah, welterweight. Buddy McGirt was. Buddy McGirt, he beat Simon Brown. He actually took the belt off Simon Brown.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, Julian Jackson. Don't forget about Julian Jackson.
Biggest puncher pound for pound maybe ever in the sports history.
Jamaican, Julian Jackson.
Beast. He was.
G-Man.
Yeah, McClellan was a killer. Straight killer.
I mean, does anybody...
Mugabe was a killer.
Yeah.
Mugabe, yes. These were amazing fighters.
I'll tell you a fight to go. What Terry Norris did Mugabe in one round. Go watch that fight. Anyone in the chat? That was incredible. Scintillating performance. The way Norris did Mugabe, did him in like less than a round.
Hey, Rapstar, what's that guy named from the UK? I don't know if he was a promoter or what. He had a big face. What was his name?
What do you mean, Frank Warren?
No, he wasn't a fighter. I think he was a promoter.
Not Mickey Duff.
Huh?
Not Mickey Duff.
Yeah, he had a big face.
Huh? What was it? What was so special about him? What did he do?
No, he used to be at the fights all the time. I don't think he was a fighter. Was he a promoter?
Not Mickey Duff. He was a promoter.
Yeah, how did he look? Did he have a real big face? This guy had a big face.
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, the other promoters I could think Barry Hearn, Mickey Duff. They're some of the English promoters over the years.
No, not Barry Hearn. I know him. It might have been Mickey Duff.
Mickey Duff was like he was pretty short. He was pretty short in stature.
Yeah, I don't know, Lisa. You might have to.
This guy, you would know him because his face just took up the picture.
Do you remember any fighters that he was with? Like any fighters he was with a lot, or what? Maybe he promoted.
I have to look it up. And then remember that other guy used to wear those weird costumes. He would be at the fights in the UK.
Oh yeah, I think he was the gambling expert. I think I know you're talking about that guy.
Who's he talking about, bro?
Oh, he's some like gambling expert. I've seen in the old British fights on YouTube that he would be there sometimes. I can't remember his name.
Oh, I know who she's talking about. Are you talking about the guy with the big face with the beard? And he used to do the gambling thing, and he used to tell people on the odds and the favorite.
Yeah, I think that's who she's talking about, bro.
Yeah. He died. What was his name, bro?
I don't know his name. Yeah,
I forgot his name, but he used to be in every fight wearing those weird suits and stuff.
He was there before Ben McClellan.
He was at the Ben McClellan fight.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
Yeah. He used to tell the odds. And who's favorite, who's not. Yeah, I know who he is. I forgot his name though.
How good was that? How great was that fight? That's one of my favourite fights in history. That's incredible. That fight.
Which fight?
Ben McClellan. How good was
Oh
that?
my God, that was a
Oh,
crazy fight, man.
epic night, eh?
Yeah, even not even Gerald McCann versus Julian Jackson. That was a crazy fight.
Yeah, I told my 18-year-old brother's a boxer. I told him to go watch that. He loved that fight.
Oh yeah,
Oh
that's a
yeah.
serious fight. I mean, even I enjoyed James Toney versus Roy Jones. That was when both of them were
Oh,
at their
Oh,
prime.
that was great.
Roy Jones that night looked unbeatable. I don't know anyone in history beat him at 168 and below. I don't know if anyone in history could beat that Roy Jones. He was just what he did to Tony. I still can't believe it.
Oh yeah, and there was the fights like Eric Morales and Pereira. Those fights were huge for us when I
Oh,
was
yeah,
growing
that's
up.
another classic.
When
Another
I was
classic
growing
fight.
up, that was the biggest fights. And we never used to watch featherweights, but because of Nassim Hamid, we started watching
Yep.
all the featherweights. And
Nassim Hamid put the featherweights on the map with the casuals for sure.
oh yeah, man. I mean, those were the fights, and I can still never forget when Barrera put a beating on Nassim Hamid. I mean, it feels sour, but that was a fight that Nassim Hamid lost himself because he never stayed true to the sport after that. And Barrera he was a gym rat. He was a
Yeah.
gym rat.
I think Barrera's just would have been too skilled for Naz anyway. I think Naz was a great fighter, but I think Barrera was a special fighter. I think Barrera was just a little too good for him.
Yeah, I think Nassim Hamid just got too much fame too quick, so much money. I
But
mean, he made more money than anybody at that time. The man was worth $50 million in 3 years. He
yeah,
was
that
the
featherweight in the
highest.
'90s, incredible.
Yeah, he was worth more than the Beckhams, like the David Beckhams and that. And this guy had too much money and power and fame too early, and he lost that love for the game. But you think of historic fights that we had. Lennox Lewis for us in England, he was an historic fight with Evander Holyfield. The Lennox Lewis fights that when he used to go to America, we used to watch him at 3 o'clock in the morning. England used to be like, this is our heavyweight. You know what I mean?
Even his last fight with Vitaly Klitschko, that's become like a legendary fight in hindsight. As years have gone
Who
on, that's become a legendary fight.
Lennox? You talking about Lennox?
Yeah, Lennox, yeah. The line, yeah.
That was a brutal that was one of the worst cuts I ever seen in history.
He turned Vitaly's face into hamburger, right? It's great. It was violent.
Yeah, that was
Hey,
crazy.
nobody's heard from DJ. Is DJ still in the building? DJ, Saddam, are you still in the building?
Yeah, he's still here. He
Yeah,
might be
man,
on
I'm
mute.
still here.
He
Sorry.
might be
You
Oh,
taking
want
a
to ask me
break, yeah.
some question?
okay, yeah. I mean, Lennox Lewis. What do you think of Lennox Lewis? Do you think Lennox Lewis had one of the best jabs as well? He had a good jab, a good right hand. What do you think about Lennox Lewis, bro?
I think, he, in terms of the heavyweights that I actually watched, when they were alive, when they were fighting, I have to say he remains my favorite. And I think Lewis also, had a certain mentality.
Did you just say Lennox Lewis is your favorite heavyweight?
Yes, he
Okay, I
is.
appreciate that. I appreciate. Go on, carry on cooking, bro.
I love that man. I love that man. You know, I think I like the fact that he avenged and sought after and avenged both of his losses in his professional career. I like the way he built his career. I like the way that he continued learning and improving. And after he teamed up with Emmanuel Stewart as well, who remains, may he rest in peace, still one of the best trainers, I think, at least in recent boxing history. But we have a lot of trainers, roughly in two large categories. That there are trainers who raise fighters, from when they were 6-7 years old all the way to the top of the world, like the Virgil Hunters of the world, who picked up Andre Ward when he was a little kid and made him an Olympic champion and made him champion in that Super 6 and made him a champion in light heavyweight, unified and lineal champion, Ring Magazine champion in both of those weight classes. As you know, he was just inducted to the International Hall of Fame. But you have trainers like that. You have trainers like, Freddie Roach, who are approached by fighters at a certain point in time in their career, and he gives them he remakes them, he gives them tools to improve, he helps them reach another level. But Emmanuel Stewart, through his Kronk School, really is one of those exceptional trainers who have both built fighters from scratch. I mean, think of Tommy Hearns' career, for example, right? But he has also helped so many others to really fulfill their potential, to really add a few more things into their arsenal, into their toolbox, and unlock new levels in their game and solidify their domination of a particular weight class. What he did with Lewis, I think, is a good example of that. What he did with the Klitschko's, that man was also very special. But yeah, I think, one of the best jabs in the heavyweight division. And again, from a more emotional / fanboy perspective, my favorite heavyweight for sure, Lennox Lewis.
Lisa, did you enjoy Lennox Lewis's career?
Of course. I thought he's one of the greats, man. One of the best that ever laced him up. It was a time here in the US he didn't get a lot of respect. But it wasn't until he went to Emmanuel Stewart and started learning different things and developing more and coming to his own as a fighter. I noticed he came to the US and fought, and he avenged all his losses. So you got to respect the man for that at the end of the day. And he's the last lineal heavyweight champion. Not lineal, but undisputed, I meant to say.
Undisputed, yes.
Right. He's the last lineage of the John O'Sullivan bloodline. Then another bloodline, then another one was established. You know what I'm trying to say?
So who was
lineage.
established after that? Was it Klitschko's? Did they get the lineal?
The
they got
thing
the
what
lineal
happened with
title.
that was, you had the 1 and 2, Vlad and Vitali. So the brothers didn't fight each other. So the number 3 guy, Shaganev. Am I pronouncing it right?
Shavanov.
Shaganov. Okay. So when he fought him and beat him, Vlad, that's when he became the ring lineal. But see, a lot of people get it twisted. There's a lineal and then there's ring lineal. Is it anybody following me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so sometimes people, right. So that there was another lineage established through that. But that old bloodline of the John O'Sullivan that was finished with uh what's his name? Lennox Lewis. And then sometimes when you read up on lineal, sometimes undisputed, if there's an undisputed champ, then another lineage, you know what I'm saying? So, you have to create another line, a lineage, so that's how that happened. It was just the two brothers didn't fight each other.
Okay, but
So when Tyson Fury beat Vlad, then he became that.
okay,
He
so thanks for breaking that down for us because a lot of people don't even know what the lineal is.
Right. So you got a ring lineal, but that's different from that old lineal. If you know what I'm trying to say.
Because the ring lineal was put together when the Klitschko's were in their era, whereas the old lineal was from that guy that you mentioned before, Lennox Lewis, correct?
Well, I don't know exactly. I don't know if that's when it started, but I'm just speaking from that perspective as far as with the Klitschlos and how that lineage. I mean the Vlad and that lineage was established because also when you look up lineal, it's also there would have to be undisputed in online, and then you could create a lineal champ from there. But what happened was the two brothers didn't fight each other, so that number three was the shotgun. You know what I'm saying? So, but that was the ring lineal ship. Now we talking about the old school lineal. That's different. So I think sometimes people you got to really read up on it
Yeah, it's a bit
because there's no.
confusing it's a bit confusing for some of the fans.
Well, that's boxing for you.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I think personally speaking, what we saw with Lennox Lewis, just like DJ Saddam said, he avenged all his losses. And he seems to be one of the most accomplished heavyweights in the game of boxing. Would you guys agree with that?
Oh yes, he's definitely one of the best.
Yeah,
For
that's
arguably
facts.
being 10.
Yeah, he does a lot of I think you hear him now. He speaks with he's a commentator, right? Lennox Lewis now.
Yes, he's with. I want to say he's with Showtime, perhaps. I mix them up sometimes.
Uh, FS1 PBC on Fox.
All right.
Okay, so he does the FX1 PBC stuff with the Heyman stuff with Al Heyman.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, at least he's active and he gets a lot of credibility in the boxing world. Lennox Lewis is one of the best ever who did it. And I just think we've got Anthony Joshua today. And Anthony Joshua, they say that he doesn't have the skills like Lennox Lewis. Would you guys agree on that? Because the young people today, they follow Joshua. But would you agree that Lennox Lewis had a better ring IQ craft?
Yeah. I mean, you got to understand Joshua came in the game late. So, Lennox has more tools, he and plus Lennox went to a lot of different people as far as I'm not saying that Joshua doesn't, but Lennox has such a robust no, I'll just say he has an array of boxing like he he had different trainers, so he learned from so many different things, you know, and he incorporated that in his you know his style, and that's what made him a great. But no, I can't put Joshua on that
Wow.
level. No,
Okay, and before anything else,
and
Jed
I'm a
Cole.
Joshua fan.
Yeah, and I know, but you're breaking it down and keeping it real. So Jed Cole just sent a message. He said, "Thanks for having me on the panel," and he said, "Salute to Lisa, the boxing sister. He'll catch you up soon, Lisa." He said.
Salute, Jed Cow.
Yeah. So, hey,
Good night.
DJ Saddam, do you think Lennox Lewis is a better boxer all round than Anthony Joshua in today's who Joshua is?
You know already from yesterday that I am a big AJ fan as well. And I know there's some bad blood between them, and maybe you need to break it down for me later so I can understand what that's exactly about. But one of the reasons I like AJ is because he reminds me of Lewis. Not necessarily in terms of their style. I think that's unfair to both of them, but even more unfair to Joshua because we have an almost perfect record that's already wrapped up and concluded of the last undisputed champion in the heavyweight division. As we have said, he had 2 losses in his career, and he avenged both of them. He had the amateur pedigree as well. He was an Olympic champion. Remember how Riddick Bowe trashed his belt just to avoid fighting him again because he had beaten him in the Olympics when on his way to that gold. But I'm reminded of Lennox when I see Joshua outing after outing because both of them respected the game, remained students of the game, and constantly learned new things, added different layers and levels to what they could do in the ring. And AJ 2020 may not be prime Lennox Lewis, but I think the ceiling on him is very high. And that's one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to the Fury Joshua fight. I think from both of those fighters who continue to show us new things time and again and surprise us, we're just going to see one of the best heavyweight fights of our generation. You know, I know it means even more to you guys in the UK.
I mean, how
But
can
we
it
look
not mean
forward to
more
that
to
fight.
us? This is an England undisputed world heavyweight championship. You don't get that. You don't get that, bro.
I can't, but all I'm trying to say is, as much as it means to you, I think for a lot of diehard boxing fans, we're looking forward to it as well. Don't forget us. We appreciate it.
And totally with you on that. And listen, that's the biggest heavyweight fight for us. But some people, just like you said, the Mayweathers, the Furies are saying they're glad it's not Lennox Lewis because they know that. I mean, they're not saying that, but Tyson Fury's dad said Anthony Joshua is not Lennox Lewis. My son will beat Anthony Joshua. Even Lennox Lewis, he says, knows that my son will beat Anthony Joshua. What have you got to say about that one?
Did they ask Lennox Lewis about this comment?
Yes, and it's documented on TV. Lennox Lewis thinks Tyson Fury has the more skills in that fight.
And we have to be, again, we have to break it down. We have to be real. what we see on paper, what we have seen in the ring so far, we know Tyson Fury is unique. We know that he is very special in the heavyweight division. We know that all around he's the better boxer. He moves better. He's better on his feet. He's better with his head movement. He's just much more unpredictable. And he has so much more to pull from when he faces adversity. And he has shown us all the different ways that he does that physically and mentally. So I can't deny any of that. I know I'm depending on intangibles. I know I'm, pulling stuff from really my wish list more than anything else. But I think there's so much more to come from Joshua. He has been improving. I really like the showing against Pulev. I think he seems to be combining some of the best aspects of what we saw from him in the Ruiz rematch and what we have seen in him in terms of the killer instinct and mental toughness against Klitschko and in all his knockout victories. So I know it's it's an intangible. I can't show you the proof of it.
So let me
I
tell you.
recognize that Tyson is the better boxer, but
Yeah.
I think AJ will win.
So can you tell me how you think AJ will win? Because I've kind of broke down the fight. How do you see AJ winning? How do you break it down? And how do you see AJ overcoming and winning this fight?
I wanted to avoid this not only because I can't break it down, but I think it will involve at least minimally some shit talking about Wilder. And I will try to minimize that, right? I don't want to alienate anyone outright. And I don't intend to disrespect anyone, but I really don't see, I don't discount his power. I don't think anyone can. No matter what kind of opponents he has faced, that is his record. His knockout ratio is special. Yes, we all know that. But I really have a hard time ranking Deontay Wilder at the same level as a Tyson Fury, as an Anthony Joshua. So we know that Fury can take that sort of one punch power. He can parry it, he can block it, he can slip it, and even if he is hit flush by it, he can rise up again. Now, what Joshua has, I think, is a level of mental toughness and ring IQ that Wilder cannot ever claim to possess because he never trains in that way. But more importantly, Joshua has the kind of power that he can inflict on you through combination punching. And that's an important aspect. I think, Joshua moves much better than he has ever did. Still not at the level of a Fury, but he is very special after all. So I don't think he will be chasing Fury all over the ring and try to potshot him. I don't think he will ever be bullied by Fury. let's not fool ourselves. AJ doesn't need any costumes or crowns, but he won't let anyone impose their will on him in that particular way on a good night. So whatever has worked against Wilder, as impressive as it was, I don't see it working in the same way. I don't see it working as well against Anthony Joshua. And I know Fury is very tough mentally as well, so he won't be frustrated easily, and he will try something different, I'm sure. But Joshua is preparing and he is improving, and I think he has a few more things to show us as well. I'm very convinced after the Pulev fight. That was one of the nicest 1-2 knockouts that I've seen, and it did remind me from some tape I watch constantly from Joe Louis. That beautiful torque on that right cross. I think it was beautiful. So I think AJ stands a chance. It's not a 50-50 fight. I would also, if I were a bookmaker, I would also place the odds on favoring Fury. But I believe AJ will win.
And that's an amazing breakdown. You broke that down really well, even for the casual fans. But let me break it down and let Rapstar explain what he thinks about the fight with Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury.
Tell him, bro. Drop the science.
So one thing I appreciate that you've been watching this boxing really hardcore is that Anthony Joshua's chances of winning are all in the combination punching. He doesn't rely on the one punch power, but he can definitely break you down through the 3-4 punch combos. He did it to fighters before. He did it just on the other weekend with Pulev. Anthony Joshua's chances in this fight is hurting Tyson Fury. If he believes in himself as the man that he is, and he believes he can hurt Fury, he has to create a path for himself through Tyson Fury's mistakes, which are far and foremost. But if Tyson Fury coming at him, he can produce a counter punch or try and build himself into a combination of punches. But as far as outpointing him or out-decision Tyson Fury on a unanimous decision, I'd say forget about it. I'd say that Anthony Joshua's only chances is of a knockout, is of getting Tyson Fury out of there. He has to hurt this man, and he has to finish the job, because Tyson Fury has not just a mental warfare. He has the footwork, and he has the skill set and the ring IQ of mentally not just breaking you down in the ring, but physically breaking you down by knowing that Anthony Joshua's weaknesses are in the later rounds. He sometimes gasses a little bit, and that's not going to help him with a man like Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury has gone to Klitschko's backyard and outboxed Klitschko. He definitely knows how to outbox Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua can only, for my IQ of seeing this fight, he has to get him hurt. He has to hurt Tyson Fury in such a way that he has to try and give him, break him down in that fight and find a way to stop Tyson Fury. And lucky for Anthony Joshua, he does have great combination punching. He doesn't rely on a one-punch knockout like Wilder. He can get you with an uppercut, with a right, with a left, and he can actually, if he hurts you, he can also take you out there. But I think Tyson Fury ultimately, it's a way more, not just skillful fighter, but I think he will find a way to lean on Joshua, get out of the punching range, and ultimately tire Joshua down to the point where Joshua might have to find a way to survive in that fight. Now, yes, it could be a 50-50 fight, but we all know Tyson Fury possesses far more skills, at least a little bit more than Anthony Joshua when it comes to the movement and the way and how to punch and when to punch. And then on that note, I would like to know what Lisa thinks and how she would break down the fight of the biggest heavyweight fight for 2021.
Yes, I agree with you. Tyson Fury is a lot more limber. Joshua has all those muscles, so it constricts your fluidity. However, in the Ruiz 2 fight, I saw a lot more fluidity in him as far as movement and everything. That was good. You know that. And he didn't have any gassing or whatever. Tyson Fury is more of the natural boxer. He's been doing this a lot longer. I think that Joshua's been talking about wanting to be undisputed, and he doesn't matter who it is. He just wants to be undisputed. So, I mean, it's definitely a 50-50 fight. You know, on the how it's gonna go, but I'm gonna go with Joshua, and the reason why is because I think he really wants it. And I'm not to say that Fury doesn't want it, but you know, I don't really get caught up in all of that trolling that a lot of people do towards Joshua because they always say he's mentally weak or whatever, yada 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 yada. But nothing about him seems mentally weak to me. I think that's a talking point that people use. You don't come back from losing in a devastating fashion like he did, and go back and get your belts and is mentally weak. Yes, his game plan was different. However, he executed it. He didn't have to go right back into the immediate. So I pay no attention to what people say. Because no matter what he does, it's never gonna be good enough. And you know, and don't get me wrong, I know Fury has a great chance because he is the more and Fury's the more natural boxer. But I just think that I think Joshua's ready or he's close to being ready.
Yeah, but
And
when
I
you
think
say ready, do you mean he will outbox him, or you think the chances of him digging down deep and stopping Fury?
he can stop him if he gotta be on his A game. That's just me. I think he can. It's not gonna be easy. Listen, Fury's never been stopped before. So he knows that he's coming into this fight the underdog. He know that everybody's so that can be fuel for him. It could be fuel for him. He knows that he's coming in the underdog. He's listening to stuff, I'm sure. He's taking it in. It's like nobody's really giving him. I'm not saying that people are not, but it's like people are not respecting him as the unified champ. They're respecting other champions in other divisions, but they're not respecting this man as a unified champ.
Who's that, Anthony
So if
Joshua?
I was him, that would piss me off if I was him. Other fighters in other divisions get more respect. I would be pissed, and I would use that as fuel.
You know, that's actually the aspect of
Yeah, but
Joshua
at the end of the day, we got to recognize this. Anthony Joshua is a well-achieved heavyweight boxer. The man is a unified champion. He has all the rest of the belts. Tyson Fury is holding the WBC and the ring. At the end of the day, Anthony Joshua, nothing can say that he's mentally weak. The man went and defined his loss. He fought a whole different fight. He never let mentally get. It's how you come
What do,
back from. Is my audio
that
bad?
just then it was. But the
A
reason
little
why I
bit.
said yeah, the reason why I said that rap stars, it's not true. It's not true. It's the talking points. When I hear people in the media say, is he gonna be mentally, they're like throwing jabs out there because I'm listening to the undertones and it's almost like they're saying that Fury has the mental game on edge. See, Fury play a lot of games, but this is not a game at the end of the day. I don't really get that from Joshua. I get that he's just a person that, you know, uh, I'm not really about all of that. You know, when you ready, come see me or whatever. But I don't really get those game. I'm not saying that but all of that mental, and all of that, and that's a part of boxing. I get it, but I really don't get that with him. Seem to be a little bit more straight laced about it. When you're finished with the shenanigans, come see me. So that's what I kind of get from it. That's what I'm assessing from it. But maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but that's just my stance.
I
Well,
I
that's fair
think
enough. But you can't despise that Deontay Wilder is still one of the most exciting heavyweights in boxing, regardless of what's happened and where he lost.
Say that again.
I said Deontay Wilder still is one of the most exciting heavyweights in boxing today.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. I was just talking about with all of these guys, whether it's Fury or Wilder or whatever. It's just it just comes to a point where we just want to see the fights. And with this guy, he's a little bit. He's so reserved. Joshua, he doesn't really do all that trolling stuff or whatever. Because Fury in them is mass. He a master at that shit. He good
Yeah,
at it.
yeah, he's really good at that shit. And mentally,
Right.
I think mentally you've got to have the mental game. If you know how to play the mental game, Floyd Mayweather was good at that. You got to mentally know how to deal with the game, you know?
Let's see with and that's what I was saying with Joshua. I just don't get that. He's just more like laid back or whatever. Just like when you're ready to fight, come see me or whatever. That's just all I'm saying. Enough of the shenanigans, but
I mean, we never spoke about him in this whole 2020. I think that was not fair. We should have at least spoke about his performance with Pulev. And I think it's just a little bit overshadowed, just a little bit, because people are wanting their Tyson Fury fight, and that overshadows whatever Anthony Joshua's doing right now. Does that kind of make sense?
I mean, yeah, but no, I would, that defeat, on American soil against Wilder, that was just like nobody expected that. So of course that's gonna be one of the biggest fights of the year. It was a major upset. And the Tiafimo, those were two, like I said, two of the biggest fights of the year. You had these two people being you know, I don't want to say dethroned because my mantra has always been once a champ, always a champ. So even if you don't still hold the title, you're still a champ to me because once you get in that ring, you're a champ. So uh, even though Wilder doesn't have the title right now, he's still a champ. So it's just like a retired boxer. They call him, okay, champ. Okay, So it's because you go in there and you put your life on the line. But that's not to say that, we gotta respect Fury. He is the champ right now, And and I don't know if I'm sounding crazy or all over the place, but that's just how I see it.
No, not at all. I think, that's one of the things
Yeah,
I
we
wanted
gotta
to
keep it
say.
real. I like the way that you guys are keeping it very real. At the end of the day, you might be a fan favorite of the other fighter, but you're still giving the maximum credit to the other opponent, and that's how boxing should be. You don't discredit another opponent because you want another opponent to win. You guys are giving the maximum credit to the other opponent and understanding that boxing goes the anyway. It can't just go the way that a fan wants. You know what I mean?
Right. And you could tell by my personality, I'm kind of very laid back. So maybe that's why I kind of like Joshua, because just I'm kind of like similar.
I
Not
mean, let's be
not. I
honest.
mean, I don't know him personally, but I just kind of more laid back, not nonchalant about stuff, but like, okay, whatever, it is what it is.
Well, Lisa, let's keep it real because we got England. This is England timing. We got the fans from England and the people in the chat. I think people like Anthony Joshua's demeanor, his humbleness, and the way that he carries himself more than Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. Why do you think that is? Is it because of
I
his
don't know.
humbleness?
I think it could be a cultural thing, maybe his Nigerian roots, or I'm not sure. Because every culture has a different, how they do things, but I'm not sure. It could just be just him as a person, or humility is the absence of pride. So, uh, true humility is to think less of self, but don't think of no, 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 no. Let me get this right. True humility is to think of self less, but not to think less of self. So with saying that is it's just you know be small because it's a bigger picture. It's at the end of the day, it's like we are human beings, but but on the beach we're just all a pebble of sand.
Yeah, but I
We're
want to get
all
to the.
individually important and we're unique, but it's something still bigger. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get to, I want to get to DJ Saddam on this. Are you going for Anthony Joshua because you like him as a man, as a person, more superior than the skills, or because you're following him as the person that he is, because you just like the way that he's humble and the way that he carries himself against the other champion, Tyson Fury? Are you more inclined in Anthony Joshua because of his attitude towards boxing?
I'll give two examples. I think, that's why I see an affinity also between Lennox Lewis and Anthony Joshua, because they both carry themselves around with this sort of calm confidence. You would remember Lennox was not much of a trash talker, but a lot of his opponents got at him with some nasty rumors and insults, and he was never into those shenanigans, but that really stoked the fire in him. And you could see it in his eyes when he stared down his opponent in the ring before the fight started. Um, and I think that sort of mental toughness is much more rarely recognized in boxing. Um, we do actually like quite a bit trash talkers like Tyson Fury, like Money Mayweather. We enjoy that too. Um, but I find something very unique and appealing about fighters like Lennox, fighters like AJ, fighters like Arthur Beterbiev, for example, right? The unified champion at light heavyweight now. He doesn't appear in public even in his home country, Russia, much. He's
Manny
not a
Pacquiao.
yes, but what I was gonna say is better. There's no question when he steps into the ring, the sort of mental toughness that Beterbiev has, the way he eats those punches of his opponents, the way he inflicts that punishment. Let's remember, I mean, I know he just has 15 professional fights, and the unification as an accomplishment by beating another undefeated champion, but he also has a perfect KO record at 175. He also excuse me, and I don't think anyone would ever write this is what I was gonna say, sorry. And let's remember, Gvozdyk is his last opponent, the undefeated light heavyweight champion and the lineal champion that he just beat, actually retired after that fight. So the guy is menacing, but he never has to talk trash about his opponents. And I find a similar charm in him. I find a similar charm in Manny Pacquiao. I find a similar charm in Anthony Joshua, and that's what I found in Lennox Lewis as well. There was no question about this man's drive. There was no question about his mental toughness, and I think
But
people
what do you say
mistook.
to the American fans? What do you say to the American fans, which are some of them are still in the chat? They're sending messages that a lot of them lost interest in Anthony Joshua. Some of them because he lost his fight when he came to America, and this guy Gokko of Mike Tyson said, for his size, he lost that fight. That kind of lost a bit of interest in some people. Do you think those fans are a bit harsh, or they're a bit? I mean, boxing fans are a little bit, how do you call it, unforgiving sometimes, you know?
Exactly. I mean, I can't say anything about that. You know that if I was myself much more impressed by the way that he changed things up in such quick succession and came up with an entire new game plan that he executed so well. It is the heavyweight division. You know, look, I mean, I've already exposed myself as a fanboy, so I have no, you know, you can burn me as much as you want. Maybe I'm easily impressed because of the way he avenged himself. But it is the heavyweight division. Anyone can be caught with a punch and stunned. And Andy Ruiz is an underrated fighter on a good day. Let's not forget that he was on that stage before against Parker in a fight that some scored actually for Ruiz, but it's hard to take a belt from someone's backyard, as we have been mentioning since the beginning of this show. And on his good day, you know, when he actually came fresh from a fight and prepared with that determination of being the first fighter of Mexican descent to win world titles in the heavyweight division, Ruiz was a different man, right? Let's not forget that Joshua put him down and Ruiz came up from that. And I think he, you know, that's one of the, we were just talking about Golota, right? You know, there are certain talents. They might not look it to your eye, right? They might not be chiseled like Anthony Joshua. They might not look the part, but they have all the makings of a good fighter, if not one of the all-time greats. They have all the makings of a world champion, but sometimes they just can't help but get in their own way. And Andy Ruiz is one of those fighters. Let's see what he does after he emerges from Reynoso's fat camp. He might surprise you once again. And just as we came to respect Nakatani after that fight against Verdejo, and just as we are now valuing Teofimo's win against Nakatani much more in hindsight, I think people will appreciate more in long term how AJ avenged that loss.
Just like what Lennox Lewis did with Hasim Rahman.
Exactly.
Right, and let me go on to this with Lisa. Lisa, seems like a lot of the people came on the chat right now saying that AJ isn't the real deal. He lost the first fight. I mean, do you think Lennox Lewis, when he lost the first fight, he avenged his loss? They didn't give him that much respect, like DJ Saddam said. That it's much harder to come back from it, and the way that he did to prove that he had an off night. I mean, the fans are a bit unforgiving about that.
It don't matter what they think. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, um, that's just part of history. You know, people every day on YouTube, same old thing, same old thing. You know, fans are very forgiving. But you know, at the end of the day, you know, I don't like we don't know these people personally. I don't take it to heart like that. You know, like I look at the adjustments that was made in the second fight, and you know, I see, you know, I saw some changes, and the main thing is the adjustments that was made, and that the endurance was much better. So no, that's what I looked at, and no, it wasn't a knockout or anything like that. But like I said, you can't please everybody. And that's when you learn in this particular arena, there ain't no love in it. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully sometimes people don't appreciate you. And that's what a lot of these fighters, they don't appreciate you until you like leave, or you know, when you retire or whatever, then they, you know, dissect your resume, and if you can make it into the Hall of Fame or whatever. But there's no real love in this game, you know. And that's just life. So if you can get out of this sport with your faculties in place, get yourself set up, get your money right, and you know, do what you have to do. That's the main thing.
I
What's
mean,
important.
we can't deny this. AJ is Anthony Joshua is one of the biggest faces of boxing right now today. He's got the biggest sponsors. He's got Range Rover, Jaguar, Under Armour, one of the biggest clothing brands, some of the biggest sports products. Anthony Joshua is an ambassador for boxing, whether they like it or not. Tyson Fury doesn't have all these big corporations and big companies sponsoring him like Anthony Joshua, and neither does Deontay Wilder. So as far as marketing him, he seems to be the biggest sports boxing athlete to market when you're coming in with brands like I just mentioned. I mean, there's got to be something to it why they're not picking it up with Fury or Wilder. I think they don't like Fury because of his antics, his Irish heritage, his gypsy heritage is not really looked upon within the British are pretty cruel to when it comes to things like that. I think Deontay Wilder, I don't know why he doesn't get the recognition or the big promotional companies. It only seems to be Anthony Joshua. Does anybody want to speak on that? Because I can. Go ahead, DJ. Or whatever.
I think, you know, recently Triple G made a similar statement to this, and I think he should be condemned for it as well. But I think one of the reasons that some commercial interests might shy away from Deontay Wilder is because he has been pretty vocal in the past about having a body on his record. And I think when you see year after year fighters retiring after injuries they suffer in the ring, fighters dying a day or days after, from getting a brain bleed in the ring, seeing how some fighters retire from the sport and how they age, there's just no place for it. Again, there's no place for this kind of talk. I'm all for trash talking in the sport. I think, language is always rich. There's so many different ways of finding ways to insult your opponent, play those mind games. And I think Tyson Fury has already written an entire book about it. So I think that's the blemish on Wilder's public engagements, that wish he put down that he wants to actually take someone's life in the boxing ring. As far as Fury, didn't he recently reject himself a nomination for the BBC Sports Personality of the Year?
Yes, he did.
So I think he's also, I don't think he would turn down any significant amount of money necessarily, but I think there's also an aspect of him that is more focused on his accomplishments in the ring than anything else. I think the belts and the glory in the boxing ring is much more important to Fury than those endorsements, than being the public face of this or that brand. But I agree, he's much more brash. He's much more unpredictable. He is an unknown commodity. So a lot of brands may be hesitant to get behind it.
I think the big corporations are scared to put their name behind Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder, whereas they're very confident and happy to put their name behind Anthony Joshua. And partly that could be to do with the way that the other champions, go on about themselves. They also use a lot of foul language, do unpredictable videos. So they are a bit unpredictable, Tyson Fury and Wilder. Whereas Anthony Joshua, you see exactly what you get from him. Do you guys agree?
I mean, I guess so, but it's all like marketing. AJ is marketable. Not to say that the other guys aren't. He's a good-looking guy. He got the body, uh, and all of that. And the thing is, there's another element to this. There's another factor to this that nobody's pointing out. He attracts a lot of women. And I'm sure that a lot of women go to his fights. You know what I'm saying? So that's another fan base, a fan base that's untapped into. A lot of times, a lot of guys don't like AJ because they old lady and say, "Hey, he nice looking." And a lot of guys have told me that. I was like, for real, that's funny. But at the same time, it's just about marketing and all. Like I just saw something where Ryan Garcia was it said that Ryan Garcia was the most marketable, then AJ, and then Fury. So Fury is, you know what I'm saying? So, it's just it's just how you market them,
Yeah, we got questions coming in, Lisa. We got Toby Bartlett. Toby Bartlett says, how can AJ be overrated when he himself after the Klitschko fight said, "I'm not perfect. I keep trying. I keep trying to get better. I'm not the done deal, but I'm going to try my best to keep getting better." So what he's saying is AJ is humble. He doesn't put himself as the best, but the fans put him as the best. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Uh, I've heard him say this before. I've heard him say in the past, "I'm just a prospect with a belt." So with that meaning, he knows he's thrust into this position, but still learning on the job. As we, that's the way I took it. So you know, so that's a lot of pressure when you don't really have that. The same with Wilder. He didn't have the back pedigree with like he didn't have a big he didn't have a lot of amateur pedigree, so they were learning on the job and they started late. It wasn't like how Mayweather started young. And you know what? I had read somewhere, I had heard somewhere that it's best to start learning learn how to box when you're under a certain age because it's something with the hands. It was talking. I gotta find where it was talking about Floyd or something. It's something with. I can't even put it into words, but um, it is it's best when you start it young.
Right. I mean, AJ started boxing really late, and Toby put another
Him and
message.
Wash, him and Wilder
Toby,
both started late.
yeah. So Toby put another message up. He said that the hate for AJ has only made people realize how good he is, and his fans rate. They say, "What boxer?" Toby Bartlett says, "What boxer do you know that the fans rate him higher than he rates himself?" So that tells you a lot about him. I mean, he is humble. He doesn't, you know what I mean? He does have a great attitude. I,
Right.
I think
That's
a lot of people want to see his downfall. They want to see somebody who's great like him to lose because people can't become him. So when you can't become something, there's always some kind of a toxic fan base you will get. Even they did it to Mayweather, correct?
yeah. Look, the bottom line is this. That's why I said what I said a little earlier, and this goes for any boxer. This game don't love you. These people, these fair weather, you're gonna have fair weather friends. They there when all the bright lights are there. And the same with fans. You're gonna have fans that just really like you or support you or whatever. Uh, but then you're gonna have ones that people are there for a reason and a season. And the bottom line is this: is get if you can get out of that shit with your faculties, get your money stuff straightened out, secure your future, do what you have to do. But this sport don't love nobody. And Joe Lewis is a perfect example of that at the end towards the end of his life.
Yeah, this is a very lonely sport.
Yeah.
This is not like a team sport where the team keeps getting accolades while you've retired. This is not that kind of sport where the teams are constantly on TV, the ones that you played for, because they're going to keep bringing you with legacy. This is a lonely sport. You could be the best ever. If you're not in the limelight, you're a forgotten hero, forgotten warrior. You know what I mean? And we got some more messages for you, Lisa. Toby Bartlett says, come on, sister. Be honest with us. You don't just like Anthony Joshua because of his skills. You actually fancy him and like him, don't you? That's what it says.
Nah, he's like my son. Could be my son's age. But I'm just no, in all reality, no. I'm just saying, that's what people have told me. You know, it's not even about him. It's just about boxing in general. Get the hell out of that sport. Once you get your stuff established, and I don't want to say it like that, but after when you're dealing with all these, when you're trying to become, as great as you can be, and then you're dealing with so much the politics, and that goes for any of these fighters that's trying to, whether they want to become undisputed or unify belts. It's just so much involved with that. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not. But the weight divisions that I've honed in and noticed that they're the most difficult is heavyweight, welterweight, and middleweight. And it seems to be a lot of politics with these particular divisions. You saw how easy it was for Bud Crawford to become undisputed at 140, and it didn't no politics was involved.
Yeah.
And with Usyk, it was a little different. With Usyk was in a tournament, so but it was still the politics wasn't there. But when you're dealing with these heavyweights, it's a lot of politics because that's a big thing. The welterweights, a lot of politics, and that 160 division, a lot of because those are old divisions and a lot of historical. All of these weight divisions have history, but those particular ones, a lot of politics. That's what I've noticed.
What I've noticed in boxing is that you could be the most fans for the fighter, but when the fighter's having a bad time or have a bad night, you're so easy to, leave that warrior as a lone warrior and start to shit on a man who's given everything in that ring and his life to the sport of boxing. Why are so many fans so fucking toxic like that? Is it because we're just so used to wanting to see winners, and winners?
I just think that's the nature of people. You got positive people. You got people that look at things as the glass half full or the glass half empty. It depends on your perception. It's how you look at things. I try to look at things different today. I was always a pessimist in my past, and I still can be if I don't watch myself. But I try to be more optimistic nowadays because once I'm more optimistic, my mind state changes. I don't have to see everything from a negative lens so you gotta salute all these fighters that go in there in that ring and at the end of the day in the journeyman, everybody, because they're doing this because they obviously want to do it or they sign themselves up to it. But it's just like with any other athlete. Just I don't beat them down. I don't do that. I don't go, oh, he quit. He did. Come on, I'm not in that ring at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I have to be mature about this, but my way is not gonna. It may be a boring way, or basically, it's not gonna be the way I look at things. Is not gonna be up for debate 10 years from now. I'm just gonna nip the shit in the bud right then and there,
Yeah, but
and look at it for what it is.
the respect of the sport is
Because
so.
I'm not gonna Right, because I'm not gonna keep rehashing shit up that's redundant.
Facts. I mean, we got to look at this. God bless some of the athletes that we lost in the ring. God bless some of these
Exactly.
athletes that have gone in there to give it their all, trained from a child, gave it everything they've ever been worth in that ring. And, by accident or whether it was anything, taking too many punches, took a blood clot to the brain. The blood clot wasn't stopped in the right time. It seems to be a common injury. We lost a fighter recently like that, Patrick Day, rest in peace. It's just such a sad situation, but such a hard sport.
Hey, rap star. Uh, I had no idea that I I had heard that Nakatani was in the hospital after the Teofimo beating, but I didn't know that he had brain swelling and all of that. I didn't know that until recently. So with him coming back from that, I was actually shocked that he was medically cleared to even come back in the ring after something that dangerous.
Yeah, they said that he had some head problems, but apparently it wasn't serious and there was no damage happened. It's just apparently he was some scares and some vital procedures had to take place just to check him out.
Oh, okay. But I heard he had to go to the hospital after the Verdejo fight. So I'm sure they both had to. But basically, for him to come back from that after that long layoff and then have another kind of brutal fight like that and then get knocked down like that a couple of times, that was crazy, man.
So can you imagine if you're his daughter or his loved one, his mum or his wife, and you see the beating that he had to take and then the beating he overcame? That's, that's giving, let's be honest, that's kind of like giving your life to make money, isn't it? When you take a beating like that sometimes. Isn't it? Like you've seen that can give you a short career span. And let's be honest, we love the game. We love Nakatani. We appreciate what Nakatani done for the sport. But at some respect, he's risking his life in there. Don't you think so?
Yeah, but that's the risk that they take. They know that I'm sure that they signed some type of waiver. It's just like when you go under anesthesia, when you sign that waiver with the anesthesiologist, when you go up under the knife or whatever surgery, they're not responsible. Like if they can give you just a bit too much, and you can literally pass away. So it's the same thing with boxing. If a boxer go in there and and get and dies at the hand of another one due to sustained injuries, it's the same waiver. It's the same premise.
I
Get what
understand.
I'm saying?
No, I do.
Yeah.
I understand what you mean, but I think some of these boxers, which are not that talented, who don't have such a thick skin or hard brain, or whatever it is, a hard head, you never know what kind of injury they could face. And we don't know what they face later on in their life through the punishment. And in saying that, I mean, what does DJ Saddam think about that? I mean, we love the sport, but you saw the beating that Nakatani. I mean, yeah, he had a good fight with Teofimo, but we know Teofimo punches like a mule. And I don't know. In some respect, does our sport get overlooked through what these fighters have to put themselves through? Do you think they should have a better policy, a better counseling, or some kind of an organization which helps these boxers after their career, or probably they already do in America?
I I think there needs to be um, a union for all of these boxers, because not all of them walk away from the sport with all their faculties. Um, intact and having gotten their money right and having reached all their aspirations, right? We have talked yesterday about the mental punishment that the losses inflict on you, the kind of psychological traumas a lot of athletes face later in their life if they can't achieve their goals. And if that's actually compounded by the kind of physical injuries that the sport has left on your body, it's even a scarier prospect. And when it comes to Nakatani specifically, and some of the more tragic scenes we have seen in the last few years in boxing, I think, we are rightly worried when someone gets knocked out cold and falls face first. We were worried about Manny in that way not too long ago, after Juan Manuel Marquez beat him in that fourth fight. We were knocked out. We were worried about Leo Santa Cruz just very recently in the same way.
Dillian White.
But that's right. Yes, But the thing is, I think a lot of the damage, both in terms of the long-term damage and the serious kinds of swelling and bleeding that can be induced by boxing, happen as a result of continuous concussive punches to the head. And that's the other thing, right? A lot of times these deaths in the ring or serious injuries have happened not necessarily in weight classes that we would associate with vicious knockouts, right? In the lower weight classes rather than the heavyweight division. So there are probably scientific studies of that. There are, I think, many boxers, including Mickey Ward, who have already signed up to donate their brain for neurological research, for scientific research after their eventual death. But I think there needs to be some larger organization, whether that would be at the national level in the United States and in the UK, or somehow internationally recognized. I don't know, but there needs to be a union of fighters that protects their rights beyond necessarily focusing on specific amounts they get from purses, and that secures their future beyond the sport.
I mean, you said it really well there. At the end of the day, we got some messages here. Toby Bartlett has said that, Lisa, I told my mum about you. I did FaceTime and she told me to tell you Merry Christmas.
Tell Toby to tell Mom Happy Holidays, Merry Christmas, and continue blessings to her. And give her a big hug and kiss for me, Toby.
Yeah, and he also sent a message to say, did you guys know that Patrick Day came from a rich family? He was in a kind of a thing with these. He wanted to show the young kids and also a lot of people around him how to make all negatives into positive and how to do things in your life which were beyond people's beliefs. So he says that Patrick Day actually did this out of his own concern, and he was a hero. So rest in peace to Patrick Day. He wasn't forced. He wanted to show the kids how you could do something with your life if you believed in yourself.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, may you rest in peace. What an inspiration.
Absolutely.
I mean, we don't talk about these things in boxing. I've never been to any platform in the daytime in America and ever hear anybody speak about the back end of boxing. I have a few friends myself I don't want to mention any names, but one of them was an ABA champion, two-time champion, but he could never make it in the professionals. So he kind of like got a bit depressed for some time, got into alcohol. It happens to the best of the boxers. Some of them don't have nothing else to do. Like Nakatani is getting maybe a lot of money to fight. He hasn't got nothing else to do. This is all his life. But some people, what such a courageous sport that needs to be admired, that we love. Don't you think so?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these fighters, they take, they must have something, because to go in there, to give it your all, knowing that you're going to take something back, you got to be a special breed, and knowing that it's a warrior code, that you're not going to, there's something about you that thinks you're above anything. You got to have the X factor. You do. And to be honest, I think boxing right now, we get a lot of criticism for it as well, but we do have a lot of love for the sport. And we have to appreciate that in any sport we have, we're going to get negativity, whether it's football, whether it's basketball, whether it's anything. You just got to kind of like appreciate the times that we have now and make the most of them, instead of looking at negative stuff around it, what people do in the sport to try and decredit it. And I don't like that part of the sport.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree. We got to look at the positive, but I just think that's part of it, unfortunately. It's always going to be a negative, but you can't let that, I just try to look at the good things in it, and not dwell on the negativity, but the negativity is what sells. That's you got spin doctors, but that's the media. The media in particular is known for, you know, uh, being spin doctors, and uh, focusing on one sound bite. They'll just take that one thing a person said out of the interview or whatever, and then spin from there. And then a lot of people, and people, we have a lot of, nowadays our attention spans are so short. So it's like, unless you really listen to the whole interview or whatever, you got to put context behind everything, so
Yeah,
people's words can be taken out of context.
but you look at some of the stuff in the sport. I'm going to make a show next week, and I'd love for DJ Saddam and you, Lisa, to come on it. It's about a lot of messages I get since I got a channel. They ask me, they say, Rapstar, why do the referees have to be over 70 years old when they can't see properly? Then they ask these normal questions. These are casual fans. Rapstar, why do the judges have to be so old? Now, there's a lot of flaws in our sport that nobody talks about it. It's favoritism. It's giving, they call them the war veterans, heroes. They give these people opportunities to become judges, and then you get these people which are ex-boxers, which are old, who become referees. Some of them are just been in the fraternities. But if you actually think about it, our referees and judges, some of them they don't even have the best eyesight. Can you explain this to us?
Ooh, got a good point there, because I know
Hey,
Letterman was old.
Rapstar's covering something that doesn't get spoken about. And if you think about it, there's flaws in the sport of boxing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you make a good point, because remember Letterman, he was really old. He passed away, I know, but he was old. And I'm gonna tell you another thing. I've been told, I've been told they be back there drinking too. So
And that's another 100% correct thing, that they have some drinks sometimes, have a few drinks before they get into the ring, a few drinks before they judge the fight. I would like to know, why don't they use people in their prime who are focused with their eyesight, their ears, and their focus ability? and knowing that they can score a fight much more better than an older person or even a referee. Some of those referees are so old and they still refereeing. What is that? Is there some kind of a favoritism or a give back in boxing? You think?
I think it's like you said, a brotherhood. It's a secret. I don't want to say secret society, but I mean you have to. I mean, it's as far as the judges. I mean, it's probably not easy to get at those type of positions, and you have people like the Larry Bird and the Adelaide Bird. You know they old. I I mean, but they still working. I mean, I don't want to get into ageism or anything, but I think it's just in that, I'm not in that profession, but could be who and they definitely, Robin and Adelaide, they have tenure, so they've been around a long time. So it's like, you know, um, but there are some young refs, but a lot of times you don't see a lot of young ones. I agree.
I mean, you see that you kind of make look. If you're gonna judge a fight, yeah, you sometimes see these judges. I mean, they're more than 65, 75. Some of them it's nearly 80 something. I'm just saying though, those judges need to be looked at for the sport of boxing because I know they want to give back to the community, but we got to start looking at how to not have as much things which go wrong. We already get told we got corrupted judges because they don't know how to score the fight sometimes. And
Right.
the son of Gokko, Mike Tyson, he's on the chat. He says maybe you need to have 10 judges, and that will stop all the corruption. But it's not about 10 judges. It's having judges which are not past their prime, which need to wear glasses, and they can't even see properly. I mean, I'm not saying they can't see properly. That's not a fair statement. I'm saying that a person in their 45s, 55s, even the age of 65, has got a better chance than the man at 75. There should be a cutoff point. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Anyone? Yeah, go ahead.
I think I was gonna actually approach it from a different angle. In the UK, it seems the selection of referees and judges you have are in fact a little better. Sometimes, well, most of the time here in the US, the judges and the referees, they have actually no past in the sport whatsoever. So you can have a whole panel of judges for a fight of people who have never laced up gloves in their entire life. And we keep it real here, we keep it respectful. But when people have spent decades within the boxing community, people have strong opinions, people have very forceful convictions, and people can stand their ground when they feel strongly about something. It's much easier to manipulate judges who are older, who don't know shit about boxing, in the immortal words of the late Roger Mayweather. It's much easier to play around with them. It's much easier to manipulate them. It's much easier to bend them to your will than having judges and referees who are younger, who are seasoned veterans of the sport, nevertheless, who know how to actually score a fight because they have been in that ring in some capacity in the past, and who don't necessarily have other sorts of connections to the sport through their personal networks or business interests or whatever else. It's just this whole selection of referees and judges is, of course, specifically there to facilitate the corruption in boxing that's instigated by the promoters and the alphabet organizations.
So, do you think, like, you don't see this on the YouTube media? I have a friend who's a referee. Do you think I should call him on to get his point of view? Because he knows flaws in boxing and he sees flaws. He was an amateur boxer, but now he's a referee. In England, a lot of the amateur boxers get jobs in the boxing fraternity, but some of them are older and they, it is what it is. They have to favor their own communities. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely, and they should.
And they should. And I would like to get my friend on one day who's a referee who can tell you different sides of boxing, because we never really have referees or judges talk to us, do we?
No.
We
I'd
never
love
get.
that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him on the panel one day. I'm gonna actually email him tomorrow. But he's got 4 kids, and he was an ex-boxer. He's an ABA ex-boxer champion, and now he does referees for some of the amateur bouts. He's not a professional ref, but he's an amateur ref. But he knows his boxing. It's just referees and judges. It's a different point of view from them. There's different things in boxing. They get, like I said, they favor their own people. If you're an old amateur boxer and you want a job at 55, where are you going to go? Go work for the boxing fraternity, And I think part of it is they keep their own people going in England. And I just think at the end of the day, we don't even have, like, in England now, we've adapted to our football what you call soccer, or in tennis. We have the VR system. That if anything goes wrong, we have a playback now. And they go by the digital recordings. We don't have that in boxing yet, do we?
No.
The only thing you have, and that's one of the strange things about the US, of course, that every single state has its own commission and they all have different rules, but all we have is this sort of instant replay that can overrule certain decisions, that can give them a second check. And I think that's in play in Nevada. That's in play in Pennsylvania. I haven't seen it elsewhere, though. Like, if you remember in that Beterbiev Gvozdyk fight, the referee wrongly did a count for Gvozdyk's slip in the first round. And then the commission looked at the film and overruled it, or ruled it a slip, for example. And I know in Nevada too, they look into some of their decisions to realize if it's an accidental headbutt or if it was a punch that opened the cut, which would ultimately decide if the fight is won or lost, or if it goes to the scorecards. So there are those little details, but there's not an exact system where this sort of technology is brought into the game everywhere.
I think we're coming into the new future and adapting to the new technology soon, where if anything happens in boxing, whether it's a headbutt, a foul, it could get played back through digital screen of a VR system, and then get they can check into it and then make a decision that way instead of just relying on human beings. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree. Look at what happened to the Maloney brothers. One of the twins. Recently, where the fight. What was a no contest? You know the fight I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Jamie Maloney, not Andrew, the other one. The one which had a fight with Robert Garcia's fighter.
Yeah, Joshua Franco. Right.
Yeah.
Yes. And it took a long time for them to go over that recording. And I hate to say it, I don't mean to laugh, but Robert Byrd was there looking. I said when I saw him, I was like, oh God, this is gonna take a while. And then another instance, this weekend, uh, we had Gary Antonio Russell. He fought Payano,
Yeah, I saw the
and
fight.
right. So you saw what happened with that.
Yeah,
So it's the thing where it was they was trying to figure out if it was a headbutt because they couldn't figure out where the blood. And then in the fight after that, you had the headbutt. It was a no contest with Bruce Ennis. So it's these things happen, and you know and with that Maloney situation, it took them forever,
facts.
And they
and that's
still,
why it has to be a rematch.
yeah, and they still couldn't get it right. That's the thing. And I think, Rapstar, you're holding too much hope in technology, because at the end of the day, those are also implemented and used by human beings, which remain the same corrupt referees and judges. So, and also you gave the example of football or soccer, where there's a video assisted referee system. And I know week after week in the Premiership, everyone contests every single decision that comes out of that system. So technology in and of itself doesn't end, I think, the controversies over certain kinds of decisions in the sport.
Yeah, but the people in the chat, they agree with that situation with that Maloney. They said it was very, very controversial, that one. I mean, heart goes out to that kid. He came over to America and he was winning the fight with a jab. And the man was consistently on that jab on a consistent basis, consistently hurting that eye, like a Joe Joyce with Daniel Dubois. And then they just took it away from him, kind of thing. I don't know, man. Australia didn't take that nicely. The fans in the chat are saying you're right. That was very controversial, that particular fight. That was one of the most controversial 2020 decisions, you think, Lisa?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Mm.
I remember when Rico fought that guy Moises Flores or whatever, and Rigo was holding the guy behind the head, uh, and he punched him. He knocked him out. Um, it was a TKO or whatever. But not Larry Merchant, Jim Lampley made such a fuss about that fight, but it happened like slightly after the bell when he hit him, and he was like, you know how they hold you behind your head and punch you, um, and it was deemed a no contest. I remember that, and they studied that tape for a while. It was like a while they studied that tape, and
Yeah,
Rigo was not really well loved over there at Top Rank, if you know what I mean.
okay. Yeah, I mean, that just wasn't, that didn't look good. At the end of the day, either or, they need to have a rematch.
Right.
And everybody's going to be tuned into the rematch. You know that, don't you? It's going to be
Oh
big
yeah.
because of that. The rematch is going to be pretty big.
Mhm.
And sometimes it takes something like that, a controversial decision, to make a huge fight. It happened in England. It happened with our own George St. Rose, Carl Froch. If you are hardcore fans, you know that the Carl Froch George Groves controversial ending, where they said that the referee jumped in too early, and he stopped the fight. The second fight was 10 times bigger. Did you guys watch the Carl Froch George Groves fights?
Yeah.
Yes.
And because of the first controversial, the second fight was huge. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, you know, that's
Yeah, it was
why
huge.
the
Yeah.
Wilder Fury rematch was so much bigger as well. That's why it had so much higher pay-per-view numbers, better live gate.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a lot of hype. Yeah. The ending, I mean, the Undertaker, he rose up. You know, it was just a lot of drama. It was anticlimactic. You know, the way that fight happened. The look in his eyes when he got up. You know, all of that. It was like a movie or some shit. I was like, what the hell am I watching?
Hey, the controversial endings to the first fight, kind of the second fight becomes a huger fight and a way bigger fight because of those reasons sometimes. And that's happened in the past, present, and it's happening now with the Maloney situation and the other dude. You know, I forgot his name. But
Me too.
yeah, but I will say this.
I forgot his name too.
Yeah, I forgot his name, and I
Joshua Franco.
Joshua
Oh,
Franco.
okay.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. But you know, it's just a shame that sometimes those big controversial, the second fight seems to be way huge, way bigger than the first fight. And I think we got that with this fight now. And we're going to look forward to the 2021 with that rematch. But I will say that if you really remember, even Roy Jones Jr. had a controversial disqualification with Montel. What was that guy's name? Montel Griffin?
Griffin.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Montel Griffin, they took away Roy Jones's win because of that, didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah, that
He
was
hit him
the
after the
first.
bell. Yeah.
That was the first official loss on his professional record.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, somebody just put a
Mon-
message up. Somebody
Montel gave
goes,
Roy some issues too. I remember that.
which Floyd?
I said Montel gave, I mean, not Floyd, Roy.
In the first fight,
Yeah.
but not in the second fight. He got smoked in the second fight. If I'm not mistaken, he got beat pretty bad in the second fight by Roy Jones, right?
Wasn't he knocked out in the first round?
Roy Jones hit him while he was on the floor.
Yeah,
No,
that wasn't the
I
first
mean the
round.
rematch.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think personally some fights are so big because of controversial reasons. And it's because of what's happened between the histories of the fighter, how the fight went out. Sometimes something can happen and the second fight just becomes so big. It's happened with Wilder Fury, happened with Roy Jones, happened with Carl Froch, George Groves, you know, and it even happened with Lennox Lewis with Hasim Rahman, didn't it? The second fight was
Right.
huge. Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson, when Mike Tyson bit his ear off. I mean, crazy times is what makes a much, much bigger fight. And boxing is one of those sports. Controversial sells. Not every saint is going to be the best person that everybody wants to watch. And you could be the calmest, coolest person like Anthony Joshua, but sometimes controversial is what's the biggest sell for the world who wants to tune in. That's why Mike Tyson was Mike Tyson. It just is what it is. And I think right now we're coming to the point in boxing that whether you like it or not, you got to have some kind of a strong personality if you want to be standing out from the rest as well as your talent. It seems to be that way. I mean, you look at the fighters today. Who's our biggest fighters right now? Who are they? If I asked you, who's the biggest fighters that we have in 2020 right now? Who's the face of boxing?
Canelo,
Tyson Fury,
Tyson
Teofimo,
Fury,
Deontay Wilder, Anthony Joshua,
Errol
Teofimo
Spence,
Lopez.
yeah, Teofimo Lopez, Errol Spence.
Fimo,
I
Bud
mean,
Crawford.
Crawford, he's big. I mean, we've got big names out there. We've also got to remember we've still got people like, I mean, they're not doing much in boxing right now, but Manny Pacquiao is the biggest name of boxing still. Manny
Yeah.
Pacquiao's just not as active.
He didn't fight at all in 2020.
Now, he hasn't given us a fight in 2020. He fought last in December, I think, or November, wasn't it?
Right, 2019, yeah.
With Keith Thurman. I mean, at the end of the day, it just seems to me, right, like even right now, Josh Taylor, he seems like a big fighter coming out of England for us. Josh Taylor, he's coming for an undisputed fight, so we can't forget and got to put a lot of respect on Josh Taylor's name.
You mean Scotland?
Say that again? Yeah, he's from Scotland, right? Josh Taylor.
That's right.
We've got Josh
That's
Warrington.
still part of the UK.
Yeah, we've got Josh Warrington. I mean, he's a world champion. I don't know if you guys know Josh Warrington. He's a 120
Yeah, I know him.
champion.
He beat Frampton real bad.
And he beat Lee Selby.
Oh yeah, I remember him. What's the guy's name that broke Valdez's draw? That's Lee Selby, right?
Scott Quigg.
Oh, Scott Quigg. Where is he at?
Scott Quigg's retired. He lost to John Carroll. The last fight he had, he lost to John Carroll, which was John Carroll gave Tevin Farmer a really good fight.
Yeah. Why did he retire?
Because he lost, and he's never the same after the Frampton loss. I mean, Scott Quigg was a world champion. He did well against Oscar Valdez, but started to decline a little bit with age. I think Carl Frampton seems to be still in the mix. Carl Frampton is still out there. He's ranked really highly. They're looking to match him up soon. But it seems a bit slow for us in England right now. We haven't got lots of world champions, but we've got world champions. We've got people in the mix, and as you know, the fights are just not continuing, and the motivation is not the same as it was in 2019. All of our small venues and the gyms are closed. These people are getting privately trained. A lot of the English boxers have gone to Spain to train because of the weather and having a better facility for where we're at the moment in life. So like I said, boxing's just not consistent as it was, but it's still one of the biggest things that we've got in England. The biggest sport for us is still boxing. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, England are hardcore dying fans for boxing. A lot of these English people, they're very proud of their boxing and heritage. And, just as much as you see the big fan base that they have and how these people scream, they wear their heart on their sleeve when it comes to boxing. And I just hope the sport gets bigger and we can just start, growing it and hopefully see the second phase of boxing and hopefully see it grow again in front of our eyes as we saw things decline. I hope we start to see the growth of boxing again and maybe see some exciting superstars coming up. And hopefully, Lisa, we'll be talking about new names and, hopefully seeing the eye test for the new guys coming up. And I just want to see some more excitement. I want to see the next, flamboyant fighters or the next great attitude fighters, just things just keep involving our sport. So I'm just excited about how it's going to grow, hopefully with, I know I told you the vaccine. Athletes are already getting vaccine now. Athletes have already got opportunities to be vaccinated straight away. That's another show we're going to have how do you feel about everybody's going to be vaccinated? But the athletes have to be vaccinated because they're the
Yeah.
ones who are going to be part of everyday life. So yeah, I think I read an article today where all athletes have already got the vaccine in place for them. So I
They
guess
probably get the good stuff,
what do you mean about
whatever
the
that
good
means,
stuff?
if that's good. Yeah.
So you're saying that they get a special vaccine now, do you?
Oh.
I mean, to be really honest, though, the athletes have to take their vaccines, and then all the people will take vaccines. When you see people like LeBron James or your favorite boxer like Anthony Joshua and all these people taking vaccines, I mean, who the fuck are we? I mean, think about it. We can sit here and say, oh, well, we don't want to take a vaccine, but how are you going to travel? How are you going to go to big events? How are you going to go to big boxing events? Because the vaccine is connected to the app on your phone. Yeah, how do you feel about that, DJ Saddam? That the only way we're going to be able to go to these big boxing events, concerts, travel, a huge boxing, maybe we want to go to other sporting events, you'd have to take a vaccine, just like the athletes do.
I think, my job might require me to go back on site soon. And I think they will require that I be vaccinated before I start again. So I think in my case, I'll have to go through it at any rate. I'm not very comfortable with it. I know that vaccines usually take a long time to be developed and trialed and tested. So I don't know, but if it's mandated, if it's enforced, I usually comply. So that's all I can say.
Yeah, so the athletes are the same. I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to be part of everyday society after 2021, the vaccine might be, what's it called, compulsory, in order for you to be able to even functionalize a group more than 10 people. Some people's jobs, lifestyle will take them where they have to take the vaccine. And it's just going to be with the sports as well, with the athletes too. And it's part of life. It's part of, what should I say, the new order. I'm not saying it's compulsory for you if you don't want to do it, but like I said, if the athletes are going to do it, it's going to incline people to do it. So I guess it's part of life for us, whether we like it or not. But in saying that, I think right now we're going to have a look at how the first 4 or 5 months go. And hopefully you'll have hear nothing negative about it. And then you just probably take the vaccine. I mean, is what it is. But, at the end of the day, I would like to say, though, as I want to, let everybody know that I appreciate everybody who came into the channel today. I appreciate everybody who helped me get the best fights for 2020. And, we had a great show. Thanks for you coming in the building, DJ Saddam, with all your boxing knowledge. Seems to me you've been loving this game of boxing since you've been a little kid anyway. And I appreciate you coming over here and sharing your thoughts with everyone today.
Thank you, Rapstar. And thank you, Lisa, for sharing your knowledge with us and being here with us. And salute to
Thank
everyone in
you.
the chat.
Yeah, Lisa.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, Lisa, really thanks for appreciating for you to come over here and, speak about 2020 and giving your love and passion to the game of boxing. We always appreciate you, Lisa, and seeing how you're so knowledgeable and not only educating yourself with us day to day, but we appreciate your passion for the sport.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I may not be you know, but I don't know, I just am who I am. I may not be like the most animated person or, you know, it is
No,
what it is.
no, you have such a great view of the sport that you have given us not just a woman's point of view, but we need more women to speak out because they watch the sport just like you do, but we don't really hear from them. We get emails from them, we get messages on our channel, but they don't really come and share their knowledge with us like you do, and it really means a lot, I think, to the people. I've seen it in the chat. They appreciate a woman's point of view because you women are just as important as us when it comes to the sport of boxing.
Well, I thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate that. And guess what? My story is just like you guys. I started watching it with my dad.
Yeah, and I think most of the people came up like that, whether it's their dad, their older brothers, or just being part of sports. But some people, they like wrestling. Some people, they have these hobbies where they love tennis. You have friends, I have friends which are hardcore into soccer, what you call soccer, we call it football. But then you get some people which are just hardcore into boxing and they just love the game, sport of boxing. And I think we all fans have one great thing. We're just so passionate when it comes to the fights and when they're coming in, and just how we kind of like get hyped up as well as the events do.
Right.
Yeah, and I appreciate that from all the fans from around the world. And I got to tell you, since I've had our own channel, I've met great people from all over the world. And one thing I can say is that the passion is unbelievable. And it just goes to show me that boxing has the greatest fans all over the world. And I hope to see everybody soon again. I'll be live soon in a few days. And it's been, we've had a great show today, and we're going to end it. And I'd just like to know if anyone's got any closing thoughts. Please go ahead.
I'm good. Everybody, enjoy your holidays and peace and blessings.
Yeah,
Thank you, everyone. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah, make sure. Merry Christmas to you, Lisa, and I hope you have a great 2022. Same to you, DJ Saddam. I hope you have an amazing Christmas and a great 2022. To all the chat, to all the subscribers, I hope you guys have a great Christmas, and let's get ready for December 31st. Tanaka versus Inoka, the Japanese Warriors. Tanaka versus Inoka. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Everybody get ready for just December 31st. We'll be going live for that fight. Hope to see you all soon. We're out of here. Peace out to the chat.
All right.
Peace out to the panel.
Peace.
God bless you all.
Peace.